All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday night stream. It is January 29th, 2022. I am your host, Arvin Elleron. This is the channel that focuses on story and narrative in games. And in case you're curious about why we started with that music, which I don't usually use, that is a song from my band's first album called Breathless. But I use it because one of the reviews of it talked about the idea that it would have been well suited for 1980s rock. I'm not 100% sure that they meant that in a complimentary way, but anyway, I thought I would do something that won't get the channel demonetized, but also might give you a sense of that 80s energy. Yeah, thank you, Turbo Tango. I hope that's what I was trying to present. So, in any case, I am very excited for our Tales in the Loop show today to, of course, benefit the Bag of Giving charity organization that has been created by Brandon Crilly and Mike Underwood, Turbo Tango in chat. And you will notice that we are benefiting this month the Reach Out Response Network. There is a $355 donation total, which will be updated, and that may even be slightly out of date. We may even have made more of that, and we'll talk about that when we actually get there. I'll let Brandon discuss that. I'm going to bring you folks over. Just a very quick reminder that we do, normally I talk a lot about all the different things the channel does. All I will say is please follow the channel if you want to know more about us. And otherwise, please type in !bag if you would like to know more about the Bag of Giving charity and about the various causes that it supports. I am very proud to be able to host this on my channel all the way through at least August of this year. And we've got a lot of events coming up. We already have a couple of events booked for February and then another one for March already that we're discussing. So Bag of Giving is basically going to be with you quite a bit over the next 7 to 8 months on the channel, which is really awesome. And I am excited for all of the charity and tabletop goodness that you're going to see. But today we have got with us one Brandon O'Brien and company. So I'm going to unmute myself so the folks know that we are now ready to go. I apologize in advance for interrupting them, which I may have done. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the incredible crew that sits before you, ready to bring us back to the 80s. And I just want to say, I am wearing, I see it, honey, thank you. I am wearing my Beast of the East sweatshirt, which was from 1990. This is not quite the 80s, but to be perfectly honest, I don't have anything else from the 80s that will now fit me, except this, which is close. So I just want that to be clear that I'm in the mood. I'm very excited for Tales in the Loop. Brandon is the GM, and Brandon, my friend, please take it away.
I'm glad that you had something to wear that is from the 80s, because when the 80s were happening, I didn't exist. So anything that I could wear from the 80s is too small.
That's the
only passage of time joke that I'm making this evening. I'm sorry, but I just had to. But thank you all so very much for joining us for tonight's game of Tales from the Loop. For Bag of Giving, benefiting Reach Out Response Network in Toronto. I'm so glad to have you all here with us this evening. We're going to have a lot of fun. I really dig Tales from the Loop, and I'm very excited to play it with all of these lovely people who I will ask to introduce themselves right now by telling us who you are, what you do, and who you're playing this evening. Including your kid's favorite song, of course, because it's the 80s. I need to know that information very badly. Starting with Greg.
Starting with me. All right. Well, folks already know about me and this channel, so I've already talked about myself. I will say that the character that I'm playing, where you do want the name, yes? For us to talk about the name.
Your name, your type, and your favorite
So
song.
I am going to be playing a character. I decided to play directly opposite my actual experience of high school in the 80s, and so I am playing a popular kid, which was decidedly not me. And his name is DJ Delaney, and his as the popular kid with an expensive set of Ray-Ban sunglasses. I was very tempted to choose Don Henley's Boys of Summer, which also would have fit, but I decided instead that I would stick with the classic, also because the picture that was on this sheet reminded me of this person. So like the great Simon Le Bon, I have decided to choose Duran Duran's The Reflex, which was 100% 80s energy. I cannot tell you how many times I woke up to that when I was getting ready for high school, playing on WTIC 1080 in Hartford, Connecticut. So anyway, that is who I'm going to be playing. I am super excited to be playing Tales from the Loop again, by the way. Brandon, the last time I played this, last two times have been super feel generating moments, and Brandon was the GM last time, and it was very much that way again. So I'm super excited to play with these lovely people and with Brandon.
Same, especially because the character that you played was from a pre-gen sheet that has come up again this evening, and I'm very excited to pull on those strings again. Which leads us very neatly into our next player this evening, Primi Mohammed.
Guys, I hope everyone can hear me. Yeah, I'm Primi Mohammed. I'm a scientist and a writer. I have 5 books out, and my most recent is The Annual Migration of Clouds, which came out last September from ECW Press. I tonight am playing Mike Pearson, who normally goes by Motors, and his class is Hick. And his favorite song is Walk This Way by Run DMC and Aerosmith.
Quality.
Yeah, it's a very good choice. I'm glad that someone, like, again, I didn't exist in the 80s, but also I'm big on hip hop and R&B, and I kind of wish that someone's choice would lean a little bit away from rock and like give me some hip hop flavor, and I'm very glad. Run DMC, yes. So thank you very much for that. Next, Darcy Little Badgelo.
Hello, everyone. Wow, this is my first time RPing in front of an audience, so I hope I'm not too awkward. But my name is Darcy Little Badger. I'm a sci-fi fantasy writer with a couple of young adult fantasy books that are out, That's Away and Snake Falls to Earth, which just received the Newbery Honor and is also on the National Book Award long list. So yeah, that was definitely a surprise. So I'm playing the character of a jock this evening. Her name is Rhea Reynolds. She's a softball player. And do I have to say any? Oh, her favorite song, Holding Out for a Hero by Bonnie Tyler, which is also one of my favorite songs. So.
It's a very good choice.
Gotta be strong in these guys.
I knew once you heard, I knew that you would do that, Greg. It's a choice song.
It's burned into my brain. What do you want? Like, you know,
it's burned into everyone's brain.
If anybody picked "We Built This City," I'm screwed. Like, it's just, you know, like.
So yes, and last but not least, Nathan Burgoyne.
So hi, my name is Nathan Burgoyne. I'm an author of, I think, 5 books, 6 novellas, a ton of short novellas and short stories. My latest YA is Exit Plans for Teenage Freaks, which was an Aurora pre-award finalist a couple of years ago. I tend to write, well, everything I've written is queer, usually short, even though I'm tall. And tonight I am playing Luke Fluke Tanner. He's the weirdo. Never seen without his drawing pad. And because of that, I chose for his favorite 80s song, Aha's Take on Me, which is got that amazing video where he just wants to be the one drawn into the other world where it's all drawn and has an awesome adventure.
Good stuff.
Very nice. I dig this a lot. I love all of this. And as for me, before I forget to mention myself, hello everyone. Again, I am Brandon O'Brien. I tend to be a regular on this channel. If you don't know, I have GM'd many a time on this channel, typically on Sundays and not on Saturdays. This is the first time that you will see me on a Saturday on this channel. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. I'm presently working on a Blades in the Dark hack called Sound Clash, a game about music, magic, and sticking it to the industry when the industry does not love you.
So good.
Which you can see me playtest on this channel once a month in the campaign Sound Clash the Clampdown. Which we will hear more about in February, but we are not here for that right now. We are here for Bag of Giving. So I will be your stage manager this evening. I don't like the word game master because it implies that I am the lord of all I survey and not just the person who makes sure that the lights are on and everyone is spotlighted properly. So I'm very excited to get this game underway with you all. But before we continue, in the character setup for Tales from the Loop, there are some questions that the person running the game is supposed to ask of the kids. Some of them individually, and some of them as a group. So I have those questions prepared in this big black book. The entire big black book is not full of those questions, but the questions are in the book. So I would like to, before we get into the action itself, ask those questions and gain those answers now. So, first question is for Luke. Luke, what do your parents do for work?
My mother is a dentist, and my father is one of the teachers at the elementary school, and I am so thankful he is not a teacher at the high school.
Ah, I see. Thank you for that. DJ, what do you think about school?
I mean, like what, like, it's school, whatever. Like, I mean, I got good grades once in a while, which, I mean, whatever. That was, I didn't try. Like, I sat there and I just did whatever, that, yeah, like, it's okay. It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. I get good grades, but I don't need to, it just happens, whatever.
Just as a kind of follow-up to that question, I get the impression, DJ, that you're the kind of kid that brings back report cards on a regular basis that says, if he just applied himself, he would do wonders in our class. And just like, doesn't matter to you, does it?
No, the report cards I get back, I only show my folks because I don't want other people to see them, because they might get the wrong idea, like I actually tried. They might think I was actually trying to do well in school and whatever, that I actually kind of like class, which is not, I mean, it's not true. Like, I obviously don't really like school, like so no, what they usually would see on the report card is that, like, DJ is a really good student who applies himself a lot, which is just, that's a lie. And only my parents can see that, just so you know. Complete lie.
Complete lie.
Yeah.
I believe
totally.
You. Next question is for Motors.
So,
in what way has your problem gone from bad to worse lately?
wow, that's kind of a personal question.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it feels worse because a farm is actually kind of hard to run without a certain number of adults on it. So I have to help my dad a lot more than I used to. It cuts into my time working on my cars and stuff. I mean, I don't resent it or anything because dad needs the help, but yeah, it's a lot of time. It's a lot of work. It seems like a lot to give a 14-year-old kid, but I never complain because the farm is the most important thing.
Cool. Thank you. Rhea, what does your room look like?
All right, I'm a little bit ashamed to admit this. It's a bit messy. There's a lot of jerseys on the floor. I have a basket to put those in, but they rarely make it there because I'm a softball player and not a basketball player. So like when I throw them, they might land on the floor a little bit. On the wall, there's a bunch of posters of my favorite players, and I have family pictures. There's the desk where I do my schoolwork, and my closet, which is surprisingly empty.
Okay. Thank you. So, my questions for the group now are: who among you is most mocked?
I mean,
I feel like I
me,
know the answer.
not me.
I
all right,
feel
not
like I
me.
know the
Let's
answer.
be clear about
but
that.
I kind of
Not
want to
me.
hear.
So I feel like Motors and I might share the title, but probably me. I'm the lanky kid who's always drawing in his book, and then I imagine it's quite easy for someone to snatch the book out of my hand to see what I'm drawing, and they don't understand it.
I do definitely have a follow-up question about that then. Luke, what is the drawing in your drawing book right now that has gotten the strangest reaction from other kids when they saw it?
I did a drawing of the dance because Laura asked me to help her with the posters for the dance. And I went to the dance and she didn't so much as talk to me the entire time I was there. So I brought my book because I bring my book everywhere. And I did a drawing of everybody at the dance, but they all had like those giant keys in their back, like they were just wind up toys going through the motions and completely blank faces. I don't think my artistic vision was really seen when they got a glimpse of that. They just thought I was being insulting. I mean, it was, but there was commentary.
It really speaks to the nature of what was taking place at the dance at the time. I get it. Thank you. Next question. What sets your group apart from other kids?
Well, do you mind if I answer that one? You know, I've experienced that the strongest teams have the most variety of skills. And I got to say, our group is all over the place, but I think we work together.
Yeah. So it's the variety of things that you all have to offer that makes you all stand out. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. And one last question. What was that one big thing that you all once got in trouble for? What was the thing that you all did that when the adults found out, y'all all got in trouble?
I mean, we went on. We went on the roof of the school, which was not it wasn't a big deal, honestly. Like, it was just because we wanted to, I don't know, we wanted to go up there and, like, Rhea wanted to throw the ball around and, like, and Motors was like, yeah, I can catch the ball, and I was like, whatever, I got nothing to do, like, fine. And and then Luke is just drawing it off to the side, is just like drawing them throwing the ball, like it was nothing, and they caught us, and it was whatever. It was just, I mean, it wasn't it wasn't like it was fun or anything, or that we would have wanted to stay up there much longer, if they hadn't caught us at all. Like, no, I just whatever. Yeah, that one was kind of, we got in trouble for that.
Okay.
I was just there, though. I mean.
Surely. You did nothing wrong, DJ, I'm sure. I believe you. I am absolutely loving the narrator voice that I've consumed right now. I think that I dig this a lot. So, before we get into the action, I decided, totally as an aside, because I like prologues. Greg knows this. I like having the action open by with framing, and because, as previously noted, I have a lot of hang-ups about how whenever people think about 80s music, they forget that R&B and hip-hop exists. I decided to briefly write a remix of a thing that we're going to open the story with before we get into the action. Because I'm a poet, I just had to. I'm sorry.
Oh, slick.
Once upon a time, not long ago, when people wore pajamas and lived life slow, when laws were stern and justice stood, and people were behaving like they ought to good, there lived a lady doctor who was misled by her reflection in a mirror This is what she said. You and me tonight, we're gonna make some cash, breaking space time and making a splash. So,
That poem was all right, by
today,
the way. That wasn't bad. I kind of liked it. Okay, it wasn't bad. Like
yeah, as I
it was,
is
it was, it was like some people would say it was really awesome. I wouldn't, but I mean, some people would say that it was kind of good. Yeah,
3 out of 5. Yeah,
yeah,
I believe you.
yeah.
So today is a very interesting day for all of the kids in Boulder City. Or at least some of the kids, but most of the kids are going to be there when it happens, which is today is the last day of winter break before school reopens. And typically that is not very special. But in Boulder City, it is very special. Because there is a block somewhere in the center of town that is called Cool Kids Block. If only because 2 stores are right next to each other on that block. Which is Dave's Comics, which is the best place to get to pull fresh comics whenever they come off, and Rocco's Market, which is just a place where kids gather to buy snacks, get some drinks, chill, hang out. If you wanted to like do your groceries there, it's not a bad place to do it, but it's also the place where all of the kids hang out, precisely because other than the mall further south of Boulder City, it is the only other place in town that has arcade games. And because the guy who owns the store, Rocco, is pretty cool, people like to hang out there. And then Rocco had an idea a couple of years ago that he would do a thing called the Gauntlet, which is anyone who can get any of the top 3 scores in any of his arcade games before the evening is through, before the end of business on the last day of winter break, they get free snacks and free drinks for the rest of the semester. So long as it is still going to school. If you've graduated, you are no longer eligible for this thing. So
There's that one guy at like 35. It's like, come on,
yeah,
I can do this. Like,
this 121-year-old who's like, no
sign me
one's,
up for
no one's
Galaga,
gonna
man.
notice. So every high school age kid on the block is like, this is my opportunity for free Fanta for 3 months. I am gonna get diabetes and I'm gonna enjoy it. So all of you know on the morning of this day that the gauntlet is about to happen. It has lightly snowed the night before. The sun is turning what remains of last night's snowfall into slush, and you all get up in your respective houses, eager to make your way over to Rocco's Market so you can play some games and hopefully never have to worry about buying a jawbreaker another day of your life. And then it all dawns on you, wait, I need to tell my folks. And we're gonna start with motors.
Well, I'm just gonna go tell my dad that I promised somebody I'd fix their moped in town. So that's probably gonna take a good couple of hours. So I don't know when I'll be back, but I'll catch you when I get back.
Okay, so so you meet your dad in the kitchen.
Yeah.
You tell him that it's very normal, like very straight faced. You are good at covering this story. Like, I mean, you've done like minor tech stuff for people at school before.
Yeah.
Your dad knows that.
This is totally gonna work.
Are we sure about that? I So you tell your dad that, and he just kind of squints at you. He looks at his watch. He looks back at you. He looks at like the still warm cup of coffee that he's just put down on the table as he just sat down, like he just got up to just finished making breakfast. He looks and he's like, "So you're not gonna eat anything before you go?"
No, because I'll eat when I get back, because this probably won't take long.
You just said it would take about 2 hours. It's already 8. 8 plus 2 is 10. By that time you're eating brunch, and then I don't want you eating lunch too late. And then this, you sure?
Oh, yeah, very, very sure. Yeah, don't worry about it, Dad.
I would like Motus to give me a heart roll.
Okay, how do I do that?
In attributes, you just need to click the word heart, and it should roll.
Okay, sorry, so that's on my character page?
Mm-hmm.
Attributes. Heart. Okay, help. How do I do this?
Is it not doing the thing? It should just roll. Do you see heart in attributes?
I see it, yeah.
And it's not rolling when you click it. Let me.
If you go up to your gear icon, Premee on the right, there's a thing that says dice options. And if you go down there, it should say enable advanced dice, and I think enable 3D dice, and then it should roll it out on the table when you hit that.
Oh, do I need to check automatically roll 3D dice as well?
Not that one, just the top 2.
Okay, just the top 2?
I don't know that this will be the thing that's the issue, but that might be it.
Okay, let me look again. Okay, back to my character sheet. Back to attributes and abilities. Sorry, folks. I'm not used to this. Heart. Yeah, no, it's just got heart 2 and then a slash and nowhere to actually roll.
Oh, if you
hover over the word heart, do you see it change in color? How is this not happening?
I think you're in the wrong tab.
You need to be in the
character sheet.
Right, you don't want to be in attributes and abilities. You want to be in the character sheet.
Oh, character sheet. Okay.
And then you hover over heart, and then it's all good.
Click.
Aha.
Okay. Just put submit.
Yeah.
Okay. Did that work?
I don't think it did. This is weird.
Because I heard dice roll, but I don't see anything.
There it is.
Oh.
Aha. Ooh, no successes.
Shoot.
I think you actually rolled it twice, and both times no successes. Dad's like,
oh no,
no.
that was Darcy running a test.
Oh,
earlier,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you've told your father this long, very eagerly phrased story.
Yeah, my eyes are now darting back and forth in my head. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He just looks at you like very serious faced. Like his expression barely changes. And then he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small black pouch and puts it on the table, and you can clearly hear it jingling.
Ooh.
So, what's that, Dad?
I don't know. You tell me.
Sounds like it could be cash.
Might be.
Is there some reason that's on the breakfast table?
Perhaps. Maybe. Small reason.
Oh, my dad's good at stonewalling, huh?
I heard you say that.
Stop breaking the fourth wall.
Sorry.
And he opens the pouch, and you see it has it just has tokens in it, just like
Oh yes.
dozens of loose tokens in a small black velvet pouch. So I know you like to go to this place called Rockies or Rickies or whatever. I don't typically find my way that further north of Bola City, but it's the day when the thing happens, when you do the competition thingy.
The gauntlet, yeah, at Rocco's.
Mm-hmm. So I knew it was coming up. Because it turns out y'all are really antsy about this thing. I've been hearing kids on the other side of this farm talk about this thing for like 4 days straight. Um, I think I think the neighbor's kid literally drew like an entire map of this Pac-Man game uh on graph paper, just like to like practice from home. It's a lot. I don't get it. But if this is a thing that you care about, all I ask, you come home at 6 and you don't cause any trouble.
Oh my god, thank you, Dad.
And eat something. I can give you some cash for I can give you some cash for lunch if you and your pals want to do something there, or I know there's a pizza shop on the other side of that block and stuff. If you just say the word, it's not a problem for me. Just like don't lie to me about that. I was once a kid. I wish I had the kind of games that you all play. I think it's actually kind of cool. Like I get it. You don't need to lie to me about that.
Oh my god, thank you, Dad. I really appreciate this. I'm sorry I lied. That was uncalled for.
It's fine. And I mean, I get that you do these kinds of things for some other kids. You do tinker every once in a while when they need something, but like sometimes you gotta have fun for yourself too. You don't owe nobody nothing, except for me, but that's because you're my kid.
Yeah.
So yeah, you go ahead, make sure that you're eating something. God damn it, and he just kind of rushes you off into the day, and you rush off towards Morocco's market. Luke,
Yay.
how goes it with your parents?
Oh, so mom isn't really down with the whole gauntlet getting free snacks for a year because most kids don't make good choices. So I'm gonna have to sell this a different way, I think. So by the time I come downstairs, I'm wearing the clothes she prefers I wear. Like I've got the chinos and the white button down, and like the my backpack has my jacket and my hat in it, but I'm not gonna wear them. I just want her to see me looking really well put together. And I'll try to get through breakfast without her actually having to ask me where I'm going. She's usually running around trying to be like the mom and also get ready for her own day. And dad is not so great at helping with that. So if I'm lucky, my older brother will take all the attention and I can just sneak out the door like I normally do.
What's your older brother's name?
David.
What kind of kid is David?
David is everything I'm not. He knows exactly what he's supposed to do. He's that kid that can walk into a room and make friends. He's a talented athlete. He's done high school, but he hasn't started college yet. He's going to take a year. He wants to discover himself. I'm not sure what that means. But yeah, he's like a lot older than me. He's like 5-6 years older than me. So we don't really get along very much or intersect very often. But he certainly was not the big brother who like looked out for me or anything like that. He'd like give me the noogie on the way by, and that was about it. Yeah, but having him home is great because my parents know how to talk to him. Like he sort of works the way they like a kid to work.
Okay. This is delightful. I'm gonna roll some dice idly just to learn a thing about David. Okay, he gets no successes as well. So while you are coming out of your bedroom, um, David tries to trip you
Ugh.
and fails.
Ah,
This time you see his foot coming. What do you do?
No
Do you
mercy.
just do you just skip over him,
yeah,
or
I'm just
do
gonna
you
like.
punish him this evening?
No, I like the skill that I rely on the absolute most in confrontations is just to glide on by. So he kicks his
Okay.
foot. I'll hop over it and I'll just keep going. I'm not going to call mom or dad or tell. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
mission forward.
hmm You just kind of slip away from him, and he
Yep.
continues on his way. He somehow, even though you have avoided his foot, because he's so much older and bigger than you, he still strides to the down. He still strides to the staircase before you get there and makes it downstairs. Um, Takes like a bottle of water out of the fridge and snags two uh, pieces of toast just as they fly out of the toaster. Puts one in his mouth and starts mumbling something towards in your mother's direction immediately. That no one gets to make out because bread. Um, and your mom immediately goes, no, 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 not so fast, young man. Where are you headed? And please swallow first before you tell me. David doesn't swallow. He just removes the slice of toast from his from his mouth instead, and says, I'm just going to the mall, ma. It's not no big deal. With whom? Ma, I don't. You know all my friends. I don't need to do. Like, I know all of your friends, yes, but I don't know who among your friends will be at the mall today. And that is why I'm asking. So I know that if something happens to you or one of your friends, that I know whose parents I'm supposed to call in the event that someone needs to be either consoled or judged. So, are you going to tell me? David just kind of sighs and leans against the door. Um, your father is somewhere in this room. Like you are accustomed enough to the atmosphere between your parents that you know that your father is present, but his presence is so much a kind of absence that you have no idea where he physically is. Just that he is there. Um,
I'm going to try and like take advantage of the fact that like David's got negative attention on him, and just sort of say, "Bye, mom. I'm gonna like give her all the information." Except for the very specific, like, bye, mom. I'm meeting with Rhea and DJ and Motors, and I'll be back by 11. Don't worry, I don't need breakfast. We're gonna grab something, and yes, I'll grab a healthy choice, and I'll just try to get it all out as fast as I can as I'm aiming for the front door and hoping that like that's gonna be enough.
uh-huh. I would like you to also give me a heart roll. Do you have any skills that would be useful in this instance?
I have contact and I have charm, so I think charm might work, right?
Yes, charm would actually be very useful in this moment.
Okay.
So I would like you to give me a charm roll. One success. This is delightful. So you immediately parrot out all of this information, and your mother, who is not looking at you at this point, is like, yes, sure, there. I'm sure I, and then freezes and turns to you very slowly.
Yeah.
Luke, you wouldn't happen to think that I've forgotten what day it is, would you?
No, but I did ask, and it turns out that I can accept apples or fruit as snacks if I win.
My boy. She gives you a kiss on the cheek. Recommend the same to your friends as you like skip out to the door.
Yeah.
Get right on that.
And once I'm out the door, I'm going to be muttering to myself, like, just because I can choose apples doesn't mean I'm gonna choose apples.
Oh Lord. Wow. I love this so much. Rhea.
Yes.
Before you leave your bedroom, I would like to ask you very idly a question. Do you have siblings?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. I have 4 younger siblings, all of them boys, ranging in age from 3 to 4th grade.
Okay.
And they all share two rooms. So I'm lucky that I'm the only girl in this family. Otherwise, I'd be sharing with them too.
Aha, nice. This is useful information. I love this a lot. Okay. So, um, so you are about to go downstairs to speak to your folks about whether you are going to get a chance to go to the gauntlet today. But as you step out of your room and into the corridor, I would like you first and foremost to give me a mind roll. Yeah, to give me a mind roll.
All right. Let's see. Would the 1 point in empathize help this one any, or just the mind roll?
Empathize would not help you in this moment. I would have said that comprehend might, but you have no skill points in comprehend. So just a pure mind roll.
All right.
Uh, did you roll yet?
Did that go through? It looks like 1 success.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I don't see it yet either, but maybe soon.
Yeah, it looks like my connection's iffy, but it says one. Let me try connecting again. Let me try this.
Aha, I
There
see
it is.
it. Yes. 1 success. Okay, cool. Hey, so you step out into the corridor from your bedroom. Typically, like most kids your age, with a level of awareness of the inside of your house and lack of awareness of your immediate surroundings, you just kind of exit your room, perfectly willing to just continue pursuing your own goal for the rest of the day. You will go downstairs and you'll grab something quick to eat, and you'll talk to your mom, and you'll have whatever idle weird discussion that you typically have, and then you go on your way to the gauntlet. But today feels weirdly different. You step into the hallway beyond your bedroom, and it feels different. It immediately, for no real reason, you leave the room, and suddenly, for no real reason, you just feel like something has changed about this hallway.
Oh man, so I was just starting to leave.
I think we've lost you.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. All right. I'll, I'll just repeat. I'll repeat what I said. So like, I was leaving the room like a hurricane with one arm in my jacket and a fanny pack full of coins and just ready because I've been training a week for this. But there's something off, and that causes me just to stop like immediately in my tracks. Look around a little. Let's go. And then I continue, but this time at a slower walk down to the kitchen where my parents usually are in the morning.
Okay. Before you make it to the staircase, I will ask you to make another mind roll. But in the
All
bonus
right.
section, I will ask you to select one. I will ask you to add one more die to your roll.
Okay. So this goes through. Oh, 0 successes.
0 successes. Yeah, you look around. Something still, obviously, briefly feels very strange to you. But you can't put your finger on what. So you just continue downstairs. Your mother is sitting at the dining table reading the newspaper. You look at the newspaper like it's like literally blocking her face. And for the briefest of moments, when you like come downstairs, it might be because you're moving so quickly that your head is bobbing as you run down the stairs, or maybe it's something else. For a brief moment, as you look at that newspaper, it looks like all of the text on the front page of the newspaper has just been vibrating very rapidly and just stopped.
Well, that's strange. But I blinked, and if it's not still vibrating, there's not much I can think about that. So maybe it was the glare. I don't know.
Maybe it's just like the motion of your head, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah, no big deal. Your mother does not move the newspaper from her face when she says, "Good morning, Rhea."
Oh, yeah, I'm just like talking fast and like, good morning, Mom. You remember that thing I've been talking about, the gauntlet? I'm gonna win food for us all. I'm out the door. Can you tell Dad and Abuelita that I'll be back later?
I can. I'm pretty sure what I've heard from other kids is that that's not how the gauntlet works, but I'm pleased that that's what you were thinking of. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day. You don't want to eat breakfast before you leave?
Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. So I go over to the fridge. I'm just looking for whatever I can shove into my mouth.
The fridge is remarkably bare. This is not typically the case. Like there is a bowl with some fruits in it. There is like some peanut butter, some leftover stewed chicken and fried rice from a couple of days ago. Nothing immediately spells a quick breakfast that I can make other than like leaving with an apple, I guess, and a bottle of water.
I'm just grabbing the peanut butter jar because that got a lot of protein. It'll sustain you. But also, I'm embarrassed. I don't want my mom to see me running off with a peanut butter jar, so I'm like trying to hide it in my coat.
Give me. Is that a heart roll?
That's
no,
what
give
she's
me
putting
a
in the
body
jar,
roll.
absolutely.
No. Give me a body roll.
All right.
In fact, you have sneak, so give me sneak.
All right. Let's see. Sneak. Body tech heart. Body sneak +1. All right. Ooh.
Nice.
2 successes. Nice. Yeah, you just take that jar of peanut butter and put it in your backpack and no one sees it. It's aided by the fact that your mother is still reading the newspaper and hasn't like really seemed to acknowledge your movement. So yeah, that just kind of happens, and you duck out with the newspaper, I guess, with the peanut butter. Peanut butter for breakfast, just like a jar of. Did you take something to eat it with, or do you just have the jar?
She's full going with her fingers, you know, which is
Cool.
kind of gross. She really should have brought a spoon. That's disgusting. But you
Oh,
know,
Lord. I mean,
got to get there first. Otherwise, the arcade game. She's been practicing Space Invaders. She doesn't know any other games. Was she like a nerd? I mean, come on, she's got to be there first.
Nice. And last but not least, DJ. First and foremost, I should ask DJ, are you going to tell your parents anything at all, or are you just going to leave?
Well, I mean, I'm going to, I mean, it doesn't, with them, it doesn't make much of a difference. I mean, my mom's not, you know, my mom's in the bedroom as usual when I get up, so I know what that means. So I'm just going to walk down the stairs, and Dad is on the phone because he's always on the phone. And he's yelling to someone about something. So like, I could say, "Hey, Dad." Like, I probably would try. I'll probably be something like, "Dad, I'm going to the gauntlet." The thing I was saying, it's not a big deal. I'm just going there. You know, whatever. Like, I won't be. I'm not gonna be gone all that long. And I imagine like he doesn't even hear me. I would guess, probably. But I am gonna stop by my grandmother's room on the way out.
Okay.
And so, and when I walk in I would say just that if anyone was watching me, you'd notice my demeanor change because she's lying there like she always does. And there's beeping that's always in the background near her bed. But when I go over, and you know, she's always like, whenever I go into the room, they say she sleeps all the time, but like when I go in the room, she's always awake for me. And she, you know, kind of sees me and she's like, "Hey," you know, like reaches up, and I just sort of whisper, you know, I've leaned down because she's a little weak, obviously. And I say, "Hey, Grandma, wish me luck. I'm going to play the games with my friends, and I'm going to win lots of candy. Cause you like the box of nerds, right? The watermelon and the grape. I'm going to get you that one."
Your grandmother chuckles a little bit and says, "Yeah, I like those nerds. They're kind of sweet, but I like the way they shake in the box."
Yeah. I'll get them, Grandma.
And when you get them, you'll share some with me, and we'll sit together and we'll eat them together.
Yeah, Grandma, like always, yeah. Yeah. But
And she just kind of gently touches you on the top of the head. You're such a sweet kid, but you don't have to. You're growing up. You get to spend time with your friends. You don't need to think about what I'm gonna. You don't need to get those things for me. You could. I hear those kids do this kind of thing every year where they're playing for all of the candy in the store, and I think that you can decide you want something that you don't have to share with me. But
I mean, Grandma, like, what's the point if I'm not getting it to share with you? I'm not going to share it with Dad, am I? Anyway, I like it. It'll be fine. I like sharing it with you.
and your grandmother gives you a kiss on the cheek, um, and lets you go on your way.
I always pat she has an Afghan that she knitted a long time ago, that she quilted actually, that's on the rocking chair, which I always pat for luck. So I always make sure to pat that on the way out. And then I get out and like, you know, literally walk out of the house and like, whoosh, like Ray-Bans on, you know, hair is slicked back, gel, the whole business. And I probably have like an actual tape cassette Walkman that I have with like the you know, the headphones that, and so I like run it into my jacket, run the wire up, and then turn it up, and I'm probably listening to like I think like Dancing in the Sheets. Probably I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
And with that, you are all making your way to Rocco's Market. The sun is high in the sky. Some of you can see other kids leaving their homes or already on the road. Like you're seeing some kids with like heavy, like thick puffer jackets and boom boxes walk on their way to the market. You're seeing a couple of kids on skateboards or the occasional moped. And by the time that you arrive, and you all just so happen to just kind of in movie sequence tandem, all of you kind of emerge on the block around the same time to witness the scene, which is at like the top of 8:45. There is a line right in front of all of the glass of Rocco's Market of like 25 kids just waiting for these glass double doors to open. And you see Rocco, this tall, dark-skinned guy with a backwards cap, in like a plaid shirt and jeans. You see him at like just standing at the double doors and just kind of watching everybody, like counting heads and like very visibly mocking everybody that he hasn't opened yet. And then at 8:45, even from where you are standing on that side of the sidewalk, you hear the click of the key to open the door. And before he can touch the doors, kids are already pushing their way inside. And then he very sternly just raises his right hand in the air, and everybody just kind of freezes. And this is a kind of big space, by the way. So by the time that they've already pushed past him, everybody has like enough space in this place, and you can see there's Space Invaders, there's Pac-Man, there's a skee ball, all the way to the other corner of the room. There's Dragon's Lair. This is wild. But as he raises his hand, everybody just immediately falls quiet and starts turning towards him. And he says, everybody here knows the rules. But for any of these younger kids here who I've never seen before enter the gauntlet, let me repeat it for you. A token is 50 cents. Some games need 1, and some games need 2. All that matters is that when I come back to this door and decide I'm gonna turn this lock, I'm gonna come back and check these high scores, and first, second, and third in everything gets their pick of one thing for 3 months. No cheating, no grandstanding, no fighting. Anybody makes a scene in my store, they're making a scene in the snow the next minute. Be a good sport, and I'll make sure the rest of the next 3 months that you have in the store are some of the best that you will ever have. Be a bad sport, and I'll make sure no one ever lets you into this place ever again. We're nice kids here, aren't we? And you hear everybody exclaim, yes! Then let's play some games. And he flips a token out of his front pocket into the air. Just for somebody to idly catch it. I want each of you to give me a body roll.
I want to make it clear that while I'm trying to make it seem like I'm not at all doing this, even though I am desperately attempting to catch it, but I'm just like, like, you know, like collar off, like type of thing, like trying to catch it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see.
No successes from Luke. 2 successes from Motus.
Do we add any of the skills to body or just full-on body roll?
Yeah, just give me a body roll. Just body by itself.
Okay.
No successes for DJ. And no successes for Rhea. So
Wow, Motors, like
Motus.
it's just like
the coin goes up. You're the first person to see it in the air. A couple of other kids notice it immediately, but by the time it starts to make its descent, you already have read the atmosphere, and you just kind of put your hand up and out, and it just kind of lands gently in your palm, and you close it. Well, I guess that means you go first, kid. What's your game?
I'll be playing Space Invaders.
Okay, you know where the cabinet is. Everybody forms a line. Everybody plays nice, and I'll be looking at y'all from the counter. And he just slides back onto the counter and just lets y'all do your thing. You are the first to play Space Invaders. You make your way to that cabinet.
Are all my friends coming with me? Or are they
Totally.
playing something else?
You have your choice to play now or later. I will say, which of you are 14 and not 13? Let me check again 14. To make sure. Right. Motas and Rhea, y'all know because you've gone through this before. Like you've had enough experience at this point to know that there is often a benefit to play later in the day, not only because you know what the average high score of most of the other folks are, but because you get to make your attempt last, so other people lose time trying to beat you. But you also know that's when some of the older kids will also try to do the same. So it is still a matter of skill, but there is some benefit to playing last. So Rhea knows that she can hang around a bit to just watch some stuff. But Luke and DJ, it's up to y'all if y'all wanted to play a thing separately or if you want to support your friend.
I think Luke's gonna watch Motors because that coin catch thing, it was just amazing. And like Motors sometimes scares him a little, but in that like I don't know if I'm afraid of him or I want to be like him way. So he's just gonna watch.
Nice. I think I'll probably watch because I want to, you know, not that I care, right? But it would be if Motors, you know, did well, that would give me information that would help me, even though I probably won't play this game, you know, but it'll just help me to know that someone else did well. Not that it matters, but like that a friend does well, that'll be something. I mean, whatever, like I might as, you know, I'm not going to get in front of these other kids immediately. Also, can you please tell me, this is out of character separately, is there a Galaga? Can there be a Galaga cabinet in this, please?
Yes, there is a Galaga. There is a Galaga cabinet.
Thank you to all the gods.
A Galaga cabinet is one of the notes that I made primarily for this arcade. Everything else is something that y'all established.
Thank you.
Cool.
Okay.
I'm literally picturing DJ not even like taking his headphones out while he comes to watch. He's actually like slightly too cool for that.
Yes.
So he's kind of watching me out of the corner of his eye, even.
Yeah. I was gonna say
He's
I think
not looking directly at
Right.
the screen.
Right. Like the headphones, the headphones are actually there. They are off and around the neck, but the sunglasses are still on. And I'm kind of like this, but secretly behind the sunglasses, I'm like, but they're just sort of like this all the time. Also, just so we're clear, and for everyone in chat who has no idea what the sound effect is for Space Invaders, it was dun 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 pow, 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 dun 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 dun. Get it locked in, chat. This is the sound that we have.
So what proceeds from this moment kind of plays out like a movie. Another kid goes to the jukebox in this shop, and picks "Word Up" by Cameo, because of course they do.
Naturally.
And you are about to play your first game of Space Invaders, the very first game of the Gauntlet. And I would like you to give me a tech roll. In fact, I will say calculate works in this moment, so I would like you to give me a calculate roll.
Dang.
No successes, oh no.
Well, it's a really good day.
You're pretty high up on the board, but you haven't cracked top 5 yet, and you know you need to crack top 3. So yeah, you do that, but while you are up there, I want you to give me a mind roll. In fact, I would say that this is mind or heart, but most likely mind.
Oh, I already rolled mine, sorry.
Cool. 1 success. This is nice. So, you're playing, things are not going well. You in the middle of your game, you are beginning to notice, yeah, I am not gonna make it out of this one, am I? And just as you finish, you notice something weird out of the corner of your eye. Very briefly, it might have been a trick of the light while you were playing the game or whatever. Didn't make sense to you at that moment. But just briefly, out of the corner of your eye, it looked like there wasn't a skee ball here anymore. It looked like it just disappeared. But then you turn to the left to see where it is, and it's still there. And kids are still playing it. Someone just made high score.
Huh. That's weird. Must have been a reflection off something that kind of made it look like it wasn't there for a sec.
Might be. And then another weird thing happens, and I would like Luke and Rhea to make a heart roll to determine who sees the thing first. If you have empathize, I would say... Wait, did I say heart? Right. If you have contact, I would say that you can roll contact instead. But other than that, you're making a pure heart roll.
Ooh. Tiebreaker.
So both of y'all noticed this at once. This is wild. So, you were all just watching Mota's play Space Invaders. You saw him not clear the board, unfortunately. And as you're like consoling him and briefly turning around back to the counter so y'all can decide what next y'all want to do, or probably get something to drink before you make your next move, you notice someone who has never entered Rocco's Market, let alone during a gauntlet, since you've been in school. Lana is here. Um, and like she's wearing a yellow flowery sundress, like a yellow sundress with like pink hibiscuses on it. Um, she has like a very small black leather backpack on. Um, you would not imagine, on average, that this would be Lana's jam. Lana Lonsdale has never been here before, and you'd imagine that the popular girl crew that she runs with doesn't care about video games like this. But she's here, and she's here alone.
Do you think she got lost?
Is that what he says? Does he
Yeah.
say that?
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn to Ray like, do you think she got lost?
Yeah, Rand
Wow.
definitely spanning she's like pretending like to look at something right over Lana's shoulder. And if Lana by any chance turns a little, she'd be like this, but she'd be like, oh, I don't know. I've never seen her here before.
Wow. Okay. So you're all having this. Are either of you? So I take it that both of you are trying to make it obvious at this moment that you're not, like, obviously looking at Lana right now, because that would be kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like both of you to give me a sneak roll. And I would like Rhea to give me that sneak roll. No, not Rhea. I would like Luke to give me that sneak roll +1. Aha, nice. Luke, you successfully pass off this moment as if you are not obviously trying to get Lana's attention. Rhea, however, is obviously noticed by Lana. And Lana smiles at you.
Oh man.
Oh man.
So she just gonna
Lana starts giggling and approaching you.
oh no. Yeah, Rand's just gonna play it cool. Sucked. let's say she shoves that peanut butter a little deeper in her jacket. We're not gonna bring out the peanut butter around Lana. Come on.
Do we notice, like, obviously I assume that Motors just finished and was like turned around. Do Motors or I like notice I understand we don't notice Lana maybe immediately, but we would notice probably, especially Rhea being like, oh, like trying it, right? I assume.
The immediate change in demeanor in Rhea, yeah, you all noticed.
Because I think I'd probably be like, Rhea, what are you doing?
Look, I'm trying to be cool. You know what that's like.
I know what it's like to be cool, not to try. Stop whatever you're doing. Don't put the. What? And I at that point, if I see Lana, I'm like, oh God, really? You know, this just. I don't.
Oh Lord, I love this so much.
I just shake my head, like roll my eyes way past the ceiling, 360 around several times, and then just.
So this is happening. And Rhea, Lana tells you, you're acting kind of weird. Why is that?
Oh, you know how I normally act? I'm just kidding. It's all the pressure. I really want 3 months of free potato chips.
Yeah, I don't get it, but I mean, if you're here, I might as well just be here. And Lana proceeds to do a thing that has never happened before. Absolutely new to you all. And Rhea, you will only have moments to respond to the thing happening.
Oh man.
Which is Lana throws her arms around you in a hug.
At
Oh
which
my
I'm like,
gosh.
this with the sunglasses, like.
She kind of freezes and then says, "You want to share my potato chips when I win?" She assumes that's why she's getting the hug. I mean, there's no other reason.
How is Luke reacting? Can I look over and see how Luke is reacting?
Luke is convinced probably of the same thing. Like, well, obviously Lana wants something here because that's been his only interaction with Lana. Like, she wants something, she's nice to you.
Okay.
And Lana, while still hugging you, pulls back so she can like look you right in the eye. And she says, and it's very and I want to note the words that I am using are verbatim, so you know exactly how important this moment is. She looks to you, Rhea, and says, "I didn't come here for the potato chips, babe."
When did Lana become babe? When did Rhea become babe?
In this moment, I want... Okay, who is witnessing this moment in genuine abject shock right now? I take it as all three of you?
Well, I mean, with, never revealing that it's actual shock, but actual complete shock, yes.
I turned around,
like mouth open.
which actually means that I've lost like 30 seconds of my game because I'm so shocked. I shouldn't have turned around, but this is too good to miss.
This is grand. I love it. If you have investigate or comprehend, I will let you roll that skill, but otherwise you are making a mind roll. DJ, you are making it with one bonus die.
Oh, I'm sorry. I literally, I'm so sorry. I'm making this, what roll am I making?
Mind. If you have investigate, you can roll investigate skill as well instead. But you in particular, DJ, are making mind +1.
Mind +1. Okay.
None.
All right, so I guess I can just do...
The dice in this game are unforgiving, and I don't know if I like it or hate it.
All right, I'm going to do investigate +1.
Okay.
Hey, that's a big no success.
Only Rhea got any successes. Got one success.
Wow.
Rhea, this is strange for you. For obvious reasons. The girl that you think you have a crush on is presently referring to you as babe. How do you feel about that in the moment? Other than surprise, other than obvious surprise, does this please you somewhat?
I'm gonna say yes, although there's that thing in the back of my mind where I'm thinking somebody put her up to this. Which one of my teammates has asked Lana to come to an arcade just to mess with my mind? But on the other hand, I did get a hug from her, so I don't mind all that much.
Okay. So, while you are both looking at each other, very briefly, you get this same flickering sensation that you had earlier this morning. But the thing that flickers is Lana is no longer wearing a sundress. She's wearing a leather jacket and jeans. But is still hugging you. And then, like, very briefly returns to the sundress. When that happens, I want everybody but Rhea to give me a mind roll.
Okay.
If you have investigate or comprehend, you can also do the thing, but 2 successes for Luke, no successes for DJ. And is that 1 success for Motas? Ah, cool.
I do have investigate, but I'll take the 2 from mine.
2 is 2. I'm not gonna make you re-roll for that. Right. You all don't notice what Rhea noticed in that moment. You all notice something else, which is a loud popping sound comes from somewhere else in the city. Like, not a bang, not a crash. It sounds like a very big balloon popping somewhere. And Luke, you know that's coming further north. You could, like, you just kind of pick up where that sound is coming from, but it just kind of happens.
Okay. First he's going to glance at the rest of them and be like, you heard that, right?
Yeah, it didn't sound like it came from one of the games.
No, it's, I'll point north. Like, it was that way. I don't know how I know that.
Huh.
I take my headphones back. What? I don't. What?
Worse.
Oh Lord.
It was like a pop. You didn't hear that, Deej? Sorry,
No,
DJ.
I was no. I had. I'm busy trying to get back with. Figure out what is going on, and I sort of wave helplessly at Lana and the sundress thing, and I'm like, no, I didn't. And I look at Rhea and then back at you, Luke. And I'm just like, no, there's a popping. What do you mean a popping? What does that mean? Like a balloon?
I want to go look. Like my drive is to find somewhere different. So I just want to know what that was. So I feel like he's just going to be like, and out he goes out the front door.
And I'm like, what the gaunt? And I'm like, what is his? So I look at Rhea and Motors. I'm like, what is this? What? What do you? What is this? And I look at Motors. You said you heard this? You heard this too? There's a balloon or something?
I heard a really loud pop. I don't know what. Where's the flukester going? I have this whole bag of tokens my dad gave me. Like, we can play as much as we want.
Yeah, I don't.
I'll be right back. I just want to look.
Whatever.
Our group's like splitting up. What are we gonna do?
Lana's just like looking at you all very weirdly and just like her attention is still very obviously on Rhea, but you can tell like she's just like glancing at the rest of you all like, what is happening? This is kind of weird.
Listen, you want to just hang. If you want to hug Rhea some more, you can hug Rhea. We're gonna go. I mean, it's so stupid. Yeah, we're gonna go just see our friend. All right. I mean, whatever. He went out there. We're just gonna go do that. Motors and I, Rhea, you just stay here and I don't know, be thankful or something, and then just turn around and leave.
Yeah, I think we don't know Fluke, terribly well, but he's a member of our friend group, and we don't really want him to go do whatever it is he's doing alone necessarily.
It's embarrassing,
It is embarrassing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can follow. I assume Luke isn't like running out, get out of my, like out of the way.
No. Okay. He does everything in like a slow glide. He just wants to get out the front door and look.
All right. Okay.
Something weird is happening and he wants to see it.
Okay.
If this were a movie, the scene of Luke leaving the market would just transition immediately into a dolly shot of him just kind of floating down the street. So I'm just gonna say, Luke, that you just have a general sense of where you're headed because of the extra success. And when you turn the block in that direction, um, you see this weird kind of wisp of smoke, um, come like as if it's emanating from the street, as uh, from several blocks away, tall enough to be able to be visible from the top of nearby buildings. Um,
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's an immediate turnaround. Get my friends and say, yo, the street's on fire.
We come up alongside. I want to say that on my mixtape, the song is switched to New Moon on Monday. So like there's this, is there part of the song where there's the fireworks sound going off? So when you're like fire, and I just see you mouth it because I can't hear you yet. So you just mouth fire. I'm like, did you say fire? There's a fire. Where's their fire? And I guess, can we all see now, Brandon, the smoke? Are we?
when you all turn, you can all see the smoke. It doesn't look like fire, but it does look like a lot of smoke from somewhere. I mean, the smoke looks remarkably white all of a sudden. Like, it doesn't look like fire smoke, or that fire has to be doing a lot for it to look like that.
Hey guys, did they just like pick a new pope?
And I'm just like, really?
Sorry, DJ, I was trying to be funny.
It's
Put your headphones back on. I'm sorry.
just.
The next song is Just Breathe.
Wow. So you make your way to like a couple of corners away. You can see, like, by the way, that there are other citizens who are running or walking very briskly away from whatever happened. Cars are driving away. You can see people like on like a handful of vehicles are otherwise normal cars with tires on the road. Some of those cars have magnetron systems within them that allow them to hover just a little bit above the ground. Some of those things have either broken down or seem like all of the glass in them have been broken by some kind of impact. And when you turn the corner, you see a kid in a black what looks like a black bomber jacket, lying on the ground in what seems to be like a small crater.
Oh. Okay, so the headphones definitely come off at that point.
This is so cool. And I'm starting towards.
Mm-hmm. They very quickly kind of get up. It doesn't look like they were in any pain, but they are very disoriented by a thing. And they're looking around, and they immediately kind of notice you all coming towards them.
Are you okay, kid?
Luke, is that you?
Do I know this kid?
You do not recognize it. In fact, give me a mind roll before I make a determination.
Brandon, while he's doing that, do we know how old this kid is? Do we get a sense of how old, like around our age-ish? Or
might be, they look 15 to 16-ish.
A little older, okay.
And I will tell you, to clarify to your role, you can give me an empathize or a contact roll. But other than that, you're giving me a mind roll.
Okay, 1 second then.
And if that was your roll, I'll give you the reroll because that was no successes. Still no successes or no? Yeah, this kid doesn't look familiar, but seems to know you.
Okay, that would creep me out a little bit, but I mean, I spend a lot of time looking at people, so if someone knows my name, it's really weird to me that I don't know who they are. So my rush forward to something neat that's different has now slowed down to like a very cautious step, and now I've got like 1 foot in the air and the other one isn't down yet, and I'm like, wait, am I doing that thing that I'm not supposed to do where I run towards danger?
Who is immediately behind Luke?
I think me, because Motors, wanted to see, the wreckage and maybe the magnet. What is it? The magnet thing drive. Because he's never really gotten to see one of those up close, because they're mostly used for like cargo trucks and stuff.
Yeah. A lot of the magnetrine gears that you see in town are on very expensive cars, and those belong to people who are not your friends or your father's friends. So you don't often get to see them, and they're very expensive as well. So not a lot of them are in town. But the ones that you see belong to people who are not your friends or your father's friends, and seem very busted by a thing by whatever thing happened here earlier. Also, this kid seems to recognize you as well, but you don't know who this person is.
I don't know who this kid is, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
I assume I also don't this kid also knows me allegedly, and
this
I don't.
Kid also knows you. You do not know this kid.
Okay.
And still looking at Luke, they go, what is happening today?
Do you mean the gauntlet?
Right. Okay. What year is it?
Year is it?
No, like really? Are you Marty McFlying me?
I mean, I need to be sure that this is.
I'll tell him the year. I actually don't know what exact year is it. 85? Like
it's 86.
86. Okay.
Okay. Where's my sister?
Does that help me realize who he is?
And they look at their hands a bit and just kind of like shake their head again. Right. Okay. Where's Rhea?
Yeah, I bet we all do that thing.
Right, gauntlet. Right. Okay, cool. And they head off towards Rocco's Market.
I look at Motors and Luke. I'm like, what
just happened here?
This is so cool.
Who's that kid?
I have no idea, but this kid is maybe not all that. We need to go. Now we need to go back. What this day? I swear to God, this day is just.
Meanwhile,
whatever.
this kid's like booking it.
Oh well, then we better book it too. Then, like,
footed.
I of course always run as if I really would prefer to be walking. You know that the running is kind of a choice. You know, like not really a. I'm just. And
meanwhile,
Luke glides anyway, right? So.
Meanwhile, back at Rocco's Market, this kid gets to the window of Rocco's Market and starts tapping it very eagerly to get Rhea's attention, and just pauses a bit to look with shock and confusion at the fact that Rhea is with Lana, and then continues tapping on the glass. Rocco glances at the glass. Kid, what? Just come inside. But he doesn't come inside. But they do not come inside. Rhea, what do you do?
Well, that's weird. See, I'm trying to impress Lana with my Space Invader skills right now because I've been practicing so hard. You know, give her some tips in case she wants to try to get up on the leaderboard. I'm sure she's fascinated. But this kid is distracting me. Why is he pounding on the window? So I guess I kind of like turn around, can't pause the game. And I'm like, what?
Rhea, come. It's important.
Kind of looks like a cousin of mine. I have so many cousins, kind of like squint at him. And then I'm like, all right, I'll be right back. Don't let anyone take this Space Invader game. Okay. Like anyone can actually stop them. I guess I jog around to the door.
Okay.
Outside.
When you get to the door, give me a mind or a heart roll. What skills do you have? You can give me empathize. Yes, you can give me an empathize roll if you like. No successes. This person looks vaguely very familiar to you. The longer you think about who this person is, you start feeling yourself getting a headache, which has never happened to you before. Like pure like migraine level, like intense headache. Rhea, I need your help. I don't know if I'm in the right time right now, but I need somebody to help me fix this thing before it happens to somebody else.
Oh man, so it's hard for me to concentrate. You know, I'm normally in fit physical condition, and this headache is just. So I'm kind of like, you need help? Sure. And I look up for my friends. Maybe they can help him.
We've arrived by now, I assume. Like probably
Yeah,
outside.
you have just arrived at this point.
Okay.
Right. I didn't. If it weren't the gauntlet, if it wasn't for the gauntlet, this wouldn't be an issue. Like I know this matters to y'all, whatever, but like it's important that I sort this out. Something, a lot of bad things are gonna happen today. A lot of bad things have already happened today, and I want to make sure that they don't happen. Yeah, come with me, please.
Wait a minute, dude. You gotta dial it back. What you want? What is gonna happen? Who are you? What are you doing?
Everyone, everyone give me another mind roll. If you have empathize, give me an empathize roll instead. No successes again from Rhea. One success from Motors. No successes from Luke. No successes from DJ.
Gravy.
This is where we qualify a thing. Rhea, how many siblings did you say you had again? I think I recall you said you had 4.
Yes, that's right.
And I recall you said that the youngest of your siblings is 3. What's that sibling's name?
His name is Marcos.
Motors. You gave Marcos a toy when they turned 3. Just like an idle thing, like a keychain, something. You thought it would be cool.
Yeah, it was a little robot that I made in shop class. That's all. Yeah.
On the zipper of the bomber jacket in front of you is that robot, but it's missing a leg. But you know that it's yours.
Yeah, I put my initials on the back.
Why is it on this 16-year-old?
That is a very good question. Hey, can I ask him where he got it?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, kid. So it looks like our buddy here is in no condition to answer you just at the moment. But can I ask where you got that zipper pull? You didn't take it off a little kid, did you?
No, you gave this to me. Rhea told me that this was from you when I was a kid, when I was a baby. 2, I think, 3. It's me.
Marcos?
Yeah. Right. Y'all, God, so much time has. What year did you say it was? 86? How is it 86? Okay. Right. It is 86. Oh my God. Oh my God. Time. Right. Time. Okay. 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 I need a piece of paper. We need to go. And Marco starts walking.
I have paper, but do me a favor, just once. Turn to me, Marco, and say, "Come with me if you want to live."
I have sunglasses
please.
off. I just stare at Luke, just absolute.
Didn't you even
For
watch
sev-
that? It's been out for 2 years.
For several beats, everyone just watches Luke idly, with like shock and confusion on their face, and then Marcos just continues walking.
None of you watch the good movies. Okay, I pull out my sketch pad. He said he wanted paper.
Oh right, you draw. Okay, can you draw and walk at the same time?
Dude.
Right. Can you draw a perfect circle and walk at the same time?
I'm going to try that. I've never tried a perfect circle while walking.
Okay, you pull off I'm just gonna give it to you. Pull off a nearly perfect circle. I want you to imagine that circle is time, and that one of those points in time is this year. 86, you said? Right, yep. 86. Right, of course, 86. Then I want you to draw another circle that meets this circle at that point in time.
Okay.
Right. Both of those dots aren't the same dot because both of those circles aren't the same circle. But it's still 86, right?
Oh, right.
So I'm from 1986, right? But surely not yours, right? Because I was 3.
Oh, you don't mean like circles like that. You mean like, I'll try to draw it so it looks like one of the circles is going in like a completely different angle or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Luke doesn't have the words for it, but he thinks he gets it. It's like that whole like going somewhere that's different but isn't. But he doesn't have the words. So he's scribbling and drawing.
While this is happening, none of you notice that Lana is actually just kind of following you idly.
I was wondering what was going on with Lana.
She hasn't said anything. She hasn't said anything. She doesn't seem like annoyed or anything. She's just kind of tagging along. And Marcos is like, we're, God, names. Right. Do any of... I don't know if you know... Do you know? An Yvette Donaldson? Might be in your class. I don't know. I was 3. Yvette Donaldson. Do you know an Yvette Donaldson in your class? No? We need to find Yvette Donaldson. Donaldson. Where's... Right. Okay. And continues walking. Just like having thoughts in their own brain. And they stop at a phone booth nearby and start flipping through the phone book.
Do we know an Yvette Donaldson, by the way?
You can give me a mind roll if you want to know if you may eventually discover that you do indeed know an Yvette Donaldson. You can give me a pure mind roll, a pure heart roll, or if you have contact, you can give me a contact roll.
Contact is heart, though?
Yes, contact is heart.
Okay.
And Luke got 3 successes. Yeah, there's an Yvette Donaldson in your class.
Oh my God, she has the best hair, you guys. Like, she's been a Medusa. I've had her as a Selkie. Oh my God.
Yeah, and because all of you eventually got those successes, I will say it is the moment when Luke starts describing that. He's like, right, Yvette with the hair.
Yeah,
right.
3rd row, right. Okay.
Yeah. Yvette is on just like the block ahead of where this phone booth is. Y'all know where the house is. Y'all could just like walk up to that house. And you ring the doorbell, and a tall, tired-looking man comes to the door. Like rubs his eyes a little bit, even though it's like 10 at this point. Like, what can I do for you, kids?
I'm gonna just turn to Rhea. She's good at talking to adults, right?
So Yvette, right? That's the name. This is
Yvette, yeah.
Okay, Yvette. All right, so Rhea is like still doing that, and she like looks around, realizes nobody's saying nothing, but that's okay because she's the tallest one here, so adults tend to take her a little bit more seriously. So she said, "Sir, we're looking for Vic."
Yvette, you said.
Yvette, yes.
Am I being punked? Is this? I'm confused. What's happening? What's happening?
I mean,
She lives here, right? She kind of looks at the other kids like, we didn't get the wrong house, do we?
As y'all are looking around at each other, you notice Marcos. Their eyes are wide open in shock and frustration at this point, and they're just kind of pacing in like a 1 block portion of the sidewalk beside you.
I'm gonna flip back through my sketchbook until I find one of the pictures where she at least kind of looks like herself, even though I've probably drawn her like a Medusa. And if I have to like put my hand over the hair or something, I was like, Yvette, and just like show him the photo, like the drawing.
Something happens before you can show it to him. You turn to that page. And you notice that several pages of your book are indeed blank.
Oh my God! It is Marty McFlying.
It's happened. We need to go to Boulder High very quickly. This is Marcos speaking, and Marcos has already continued to walk. Meanwhile, Mr. Donaldson is like, I already spoke to. What's happening? First, it's 2 men in black, and now y'all kids are. What is this game? What's happening here? And Marcos hears that and freezes and turns back.
Hey Marcus, do you know what he's talking about when he says men in black?
Kinda. And he turns to Mr. Donaldson. They turn to Mr. Donaldson and go, did they say who they were working for? And Mr. Donaldson says, no, they didn't tell me anything. They asked if I knew where my daughter was. I've been in this house alone for 14 years. And then, surprise to me, they asked to buy my house. 8 figures, sight unseen. And I'm like, what? So, because that's highly baffling, doesn't make any sense to me, I'm going to ask y'all, since y'all are here in front of me, and I can have no reason in my mind why 4 12-year-olds would need to ask me about a girl I've never...
13. Not.
Kid, respectfully, it's too early in the morning for me to care. I want to know why y'all are playing this trick on me. What's happening? Who's Yvette?
I think we should go with Marco.
To what?
Sorry, this has been such a weird day.
Indeed. Is anyone going to explain a thing, or do I need to call your parents?
Look, we're just we're just like this kid, and I kind of gesture towards Marcos. I'm like, this kid was telling us about this kid we know that I guess you're supposed to know, because but I guess you don't. We are just this is not a game. I don't play games, actually. We came from the Gauntlet, which is also not where we were playing games there either. That's just a place that we hang out because it's not school. We don't have to be in school right now. It's okay for us not to be. And like so we're just we're going to try to find go with him and go with them, and we're going to find the person that you say you don't know. Yeah. This is Lana, and this is a nice person you should talk to. Let's go. And just like,
wait, Alana like turns to you and was like, "What are you, babe? Are you leaving me here? What's happening?"
Bam, headphones. I'm just like,
No, DJ did not mean that. Do you want me to carry your bag when you come with us?
just like,
I would like that very much, please. And like takes off her backpack, hands it to you, puts her hand in your hand as you're putting on her backpack, and you all follow Marcos down the sidewalk again as you hurry very quickly to Boulder High.
I'm gonna lean over to DJ.
I'm okay with that.
I'm gonna lean over to DJ and say like 7 quatlus that this is Lana from another circle, and he'll probably just give me the blankest stare in return.
Oh Lord. So you get to Boulder High and you notice school's closed. No one's supposed to be here. The gate is open because like staff will have meetings and such, and like they leave like the football field nearby, so if anybody wanted to just like idly use that to play sports or whatever. But typically no one is supposed to be here. So the parking lot is supposed to be mostly empty. There are 4 black vans with tinted windows, all in a straight line in the parking lot. And all of them are open, and all of their contents are empty.
Weird.
music, by the way, is switched to Owner of a Lonely Heart.
Oh Lord.
Because I usually notice what the teachers at the school are driving, and nobody drives vans like that. So I feel like these aren't the teachers' vans.
They are not.
Teachers here don't
you
make
just know off the top of your head that's not that this teachers will not drive a nondescript black van.
They have license plates?
They do. Give me a mind roll. Aha, 1 success. You notice, just looking idly at these license plates, 1, they're sequential to each other. Like they're literal, like the numbers are literally 011, 012, 013, 014.
Of course.
But even though the like general order of the license plate number is functionally legit, like there's something off about it. Like it is impossible for these plates to have started with this initial number or something like that. That just kind of immediately tells you, nah, these are fake. These license plates are not real.
I'm going to point it out to Motors because I'm not up on car stuff, but like my mom got a new license plate with her little hatchback, and it only had an A at the beginning. How in the world can there be a Z at the beginning of that plate?
Yeah. You notice that and point it out to Motors, and that's when, idly out of the corner of your eye, you all notice, just as you are looking to the license plate, that you all see now, including Marcos, who like visibly responds to it and seems to be moving toward it very quickly in an attempt to try to stop it. All of you notice something very rapidly shimmering in the car park nearby, and when you all glance toward it in an attempt to catch what it is before it disappears, you all see a 5-foot woman in a lab coat trying to run towards Boulder High, but is not moving from the space where she is running. She shimmers in that space, like screaming for something, and then shimmers out of space. And it is just when you notice all of that we are going to take a very quick break. To remind us, to everyone in chat, obviously, we are having this event in honor of Bag of Giving. We are attempting to raise funds for the wonderful charity Reach Out Response Network in Toronto, Canada. So it would be very lovely if you would please enter the giveaway that we are having right now, and please donate to Reach Out Response Network or any of the other wonderful charities that Bag of Giving is supporting at this moment in time. And you can find out more about Bag of Giving by entering !bag in the chat. And I'm pretty sure if you enter !bag giveaway, you will get information about the giveaways as well. For every $5 Canadian or equivalent donated to one of our selected charities, you get one entry into our giveaway. So please give what you can and support the work that we are attempting to support by giving to the Reach Out Response Network. And of course, a reminder to you all that a break for us is a break for you all as well. So please take this moment to get something to eat, get something to drink, and do whatever you need to do in this moment to take care of yourself, so we can all come back refreshed for more of Tales from the Loop in one moment.
would shine at once and take your light from me. If all the oceans rose until there was less land than sea. If all the thunder crashed at once and left me dead from dumb. If all the clouds arose in jealous rage and blotted out the sun. Light still fight to keep you close. I won't risk losing you after we've come so far. Oh no, I won't let go. I'll make it so I'll stop staying. I'll have you for all time. 'Cause you will be mine. You will be Okay. Welcome back, everybody. As we transition back over, I do want to note just before handing things right back over to Brandon that we have made thus far $100 for the Reach Out Response Network. So we are up to $455. I would love to see that number, chat, get up to 500 and over if we could tonight for this for these spectacular fellow players of mine and spectacular, not GM, stage manager, as Brandon prefers for this one, because, man, this has been a ton of fun. I hope you folks are enjoying it. Again, !bag to find out more about Bag of Giving, !reach out to find out more about how to donate to that, and then please let us know in chat that you've done so, or you can private message or DM me, and then I will be, if you want to keep it anonymous, and then I will just add to the total and be generally thankful, but not call out your name specifically. All right, sounds good. Sleep well, Turbo Tango. Thanks. And yeah, other than that, I'll hand things back over to our extraordinarily able stage manager. Brandon, over to you.
And I will also mention that we have some very neat giveaways if you would like to consider donating, not just out of the goodness of your heart, but so you can get some cool swag, which includes, but is not limited to, a copy of The Annual Migration of Clouds by Primi Mohammed, a copy of The Outer Worlds, signed by one of its writers, Kate Dollahide, which I think is a really, both of which I think is a really cool deal, and the first 3 years of issues of Augur magazine, which is an astounding collection of work, because Augur is like a brilliant collection of science fiction and fantasy prose and poetry, majority of which from Canadian writers. So please definitely consider doing the thing. It's really, really cool.
Sorry, can I get in on that? Like, I'd love to give something or give away. Like this book here, it's like limited edition. It's got this art in it, and I'd love to like add this to the giveaway. Yes, the Snake Falls Earth. Only a few copies with the art were printed, and it's now a Newbery honoree. So
Nice.
for yourself, for your kids. You know.
I think that would be really cool.
Yeah,
I should also get
I'll
into
talk
the
to you
thing.
later.
Yeah, definitely. And I hope that either Turbo Tango or Brandon Crilly is still here, because
Brandon
I'd like
is.
to also mention that if somebody wants a copy of Can You Sign My Tentacle, I'm glad to also throw that in the pool as well.
We have a lot of us featured there. Icarus and Jelinek, my award-winning graphic novel from last year, is also in the giveaway list, and stuff like that. So yeah, it's Brandon Crilly has assembled an incredible. Just the people that were just mentioned just now, like in terms of what we just heard about as new gift things being added, are pretty amazing. But yeah, it's a huge, awesome group.
And consider again that all you have to do to win one of those wonderful giveaways is give $5 Canadian or that equivalent in your preferred currency to the Reach Out Response Network or to any of the other wonderful charities that Bag of Giving is supporting, and you get one entry for each $5 Canadian. So please, definitely give what you can. and please get some cool stuff for you to read, because I think that it's really dope. But as we're doing all of that, we should go immediately back. Oh Lord. I am loving, by the way, the fact that you all have decided that Roll20 chat is a place where you all can be wild and silly, because I love the fact, as a result, that everyone watching the stream can see you all be weird in that chat. I love this a lot.
It's great.
So, when we last left off, you all had just appeared at Boulder High School in order to determine what weird things have been happening recently and why they are related to Boulder High. When you got there, you noticed 4 unmarked black vans with fake license plates. The contents of those vans presently emptied, maybe inside for you to discover. And just as you had realized that these license plates were fake, and that is perhaps an indication of some nefariousness to come, you glanced up to see the figure of a woman in a lab coat appear and disappear right before your very eyes.
I think I'd probably look over to Marcos and be like, do you know this person? Like, are you friends? Do you hang out with it? Like, is that
not friends? Not friends. Not friends.
Or enemies?
Marcos seems
People you
really
know?
frantic at this moment.
Okay.
She was at the building where I was. I was there for... Time stops mattering now. Maybe years? I think they called her Dr. V. If follow that vision, where was she headed? I think she was running down this way, and then he's just like sidesteps those vans and starts walking along one of the sides of the high school towards one of the side double doors instead of through the central double doors.
I look at the other 3 and I'm like, all this kid does is say something weird and then walk away. Like, I don't understand. Is that really? Could maybe Rhea? Could you go tackle him maybe and tackle them and stop this? Like, what? I don't.
I'm starting to think he's actually my little brother, guys.
But he's isn't your brother 3?
Yeah, he's barely been potty trained.
I only gave him that robot like a month ago.
Is it your robot that did this?
No,
it's
the circles.
It's the robot.
It's the circles.
The circles. What? Luke, of course, he's left and gone, and like the vans have disappeared, and we're just sitting there. No, I'm just like,
I'm gonna be like walking backwards.
While Marcus is walking, they literally put their hand up in the area. The circles.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like walking backwards, like you know the scene in Breakfast Club where she's like, ugh, and just like stamping her feet and trying to get them to follow. Luke is there. He's like, no, this makes sense to me, but none of you speak nerd. Like,
well, I'm gonna settle this once and for all. And Rhea like starts running towards, and sorry, Lana, you're gonna have to part with me for a second, but running towards him and shouts, "Your imaginary friend, what's his name?"
I mean, I, the GM, do not know the answer to this question, but I will tell you that Marcos does. Like, Marcos gets the name immediately. His name was Jelly. And I don't know why.
Man,
I was a dumb kid. But like... And like he pauses when he answers that question and just kind of turns to you and goes, I've been gone a while. I never actually got to tell you
really
things,
you.
did I? And like he steps up toward you and takes your hands in his hands and says, I didn't think about a lot when I was in the thing. But I did think about
No.
you. I thought about the fact that when I cried and Mama wasn't around, you would sing me a lullaby. Not anybody else. Not any of not none of our other brothers and sisters ever checked on me. But you did. And I don't know if the me that you know had as much time with you as I did. Because I had a lot of time with you and I've still been here along. Here? There? In the thing.
And
A long
Rhea's gonna be
time.
like, yeah.
And they just kind of pause for a moment. And then they just give you a very big hug. And you just stand there in silence and enjoy this embrace for a couple of beats, and then behind you, Lana goes, "Oh, babe, that's very cute."
We're gonna help you, Marcos. I'll always be here for you.
I know.
My baby brother, all grown up. No, she doesn't say that. She thinks that.
And they finally like split from the embrace and
I think this is the
straighten
point
up.
when Rhea. Can I roll for knowledge of her, like maybe getting?
Can you roll for what?
I think my connection's super slow. Can I roll for knowledge of her, like maybe getting that Lana isn't the Lana that they know, or?
Okay. I would like you to give me a heart roll +1. One success. One success is enough. In this moment, like just as Marcos separates from your embrace, there is a moment that you have just kind of looking them in the eye and realizing this is your baby sibling. And they're older than you and have made a ton of decisions for several years that that you don't know anything about, and they have now brought you to this moment to try to cancel that moment out. And you're like, that's weird. But I know that this is my kid sibling. I don't know nothing about this Lana. And then you just turn to Lana, and the sensation that you get is not necessarily this is not real. It is a far more nuanced opinion, which is if you're assuming what you're assuming correctly, if what you think they mean by the circles is what you think they think you know that this isn't your Lana, but you are somewhat comforted by the fact that in some universe you do get with Lana, just not this one, at least not now. And it doesn't really give you that much peace because you are still like, but come on, it's Lana. Like this feels good, but like that is the feeling that you have at that moment.
So I have a question. I am trying to think about a role. Maybe I assume it would be a mind role, which, and I'm thinking it would be something along the lines. See, I don't know. It doesn't say it in the skills, but my guess is that I actually do understand the circles thing way more than I'm willing to admit. And so the question is, I mean, it seems to me like it would be kind of like a comprehend roll, except I don't have that. So I don't
So it
know
would be
if
a
like
straight mind.
it'd just be a straight mind roll. Okay, can I
Yeah.
make that? Is that to see if I do understand
Yeah,
that
you can.
premise? Is that
At this moment, yeah.
okay? Nope, no
No
clue. All right, fine,
successes.
that's fine.
A
I'll
part
listen.
of it is
I
like
thought I knew it. Yeah, I was
when
like,
you think about these circles, it feels like the thought is like literally orbiting your brain,
right.
but you can't immediately discern it.
And then just at the right time, Boys of Summer pops onto the mixtape, and I'm like, I don't remember. I can see that circle. Don't remember.
Oh Lord. Meanwhile, Marcus is taking off. Rhea, when you like glance back to Lana like gives you a curious look, and then like walks up to you and is like, "Something wrong? You've been acting weird all day." This is weird, I know, but like, this is also weird.
Oh, I gotta be honest with you, sport. Sorry, I know I went with sport.
Sporto.
Oh Lord.
I don't think I'm the Rhea you think I am. But until you get back to the Rhea you know to be Rhea, I would like to be your Rhea. And that's that.
And they just kind of pause for a little bit, and then they glance at everybody else and it's like, I don't get what's happening. This is kind of weird. But I'm here. I'm here because you're here. That's all that matters to me. I'll give you a kiss on the cheek. And then Marcos is by the door going, "Yo, guys, are you coming?"
Yeah, okay. I'm running right for him, and like you guys hear me muttering about like, oh my god, it's like the Spock thing. We gotta make sure everyone goes back through the looking glass. It's oh my god.
Look, Flickster, we can't understand you, man.
He turns around when he's at the door and he looks at you both like, you guys have to come over for TV more often. You have to. We're getting a different everything all messed up together. It's like parts of, what if you made a different choice, right? Think about it that way. You made a different choice, and so your life was different in some major way, but it's like a record needle is skipping or something, and we're getting like part of the song that you wrote one way and then part of a song that you wrote another. Get it? And
I think I probably follow after and I mutter, that episode isn't even that good. And then I realize I'm like, I mean, if I knew that about episodes, whatever. Come on, let's go.
Only DJ notices Marcos chuckle under their breath. But Marcos already has so much of a lead in front of everybody that you're not going to get a chance to ever ask what that chuckle meant.
What are you? Yeah, okay.
In like the lobby of the high school, they kind of freeze a little bit to try to get their bearings. And then they rush up a flight of stairs nearby to the floor above, which is just like rows and rows of classrooms, many of which have like very old, very bad computers. But some of those rooms are also like very open performance spaces. Like there is a music room that is just a piano storage room full of other instruments and like chairs. There is a drama room that is just a makeshift stage and chairs. So any all of like when you finally get upstairs, there are no lights on and all of the doors are kind of like obviously unlocked. Like you can tell because you all go here, that you know that the doors are locked when they are flush with each other, but you can tell that some of these doors are not only unlocked, but that they have been recently opened, and you can hear commotion in some of the rooms, but you can't tell which rooms they are. And now I want Luke to give me... What role do I want you to give me? I want you to give me a body roll, Luke. Aha, 1 success. You are acutely aware that in one of the nearby corridors, not only can you hear someone, but that the voice that you are hearing is approaching you, and you can make out that they sound like they're wearing very heavy boots.
Okay, time to skid to the side against the lockers and the little gaps that form between the doors and like wave everybody back. And I guess that's a sneak.
That would indeed be a sneak roll.
And
are you going to alert anybody else beforehand?
Yeah, I'm gonna like hiss. I'll hiss like a get back, you know, and like then dive for cover basically. Let me see if I can.
Okay, cool. So this is where things get tricky before I ask you to actually make that roll.
Okay.
If you had made the sneak by yourself, I would have given you your sneak skill bonus, but because you let everybody else know, I'm gonna ask you instead to make a pure body roll +1 instead of plus your sneak bonus.
Okay.
And everybody else can now make a body roll +1. You still got a success, nice.
Yeah.
Rhea got 2 successes. Mota's got 2 successes. And DJ got no successes.
You gotta turn the headphones off, dude.
I know. I seriously, I swear to God, man.
If we know you don't want to be seen trying, but you gotta try occasionally.
I really do care. Wait, no, I don't actually. Yeah.
No, you don't.
This scene is brilliant in my brain. Luke just kind of leans back against a nearby load-bearing pillar and just fades away into the shadows. Rhea, you are fortunate enough to be able to just kind of lean back in the exact same way against an ajar storage door, and you just purely accidentally pull Lana in with you, and you all just kind of collapse into that door out of sight. Marcos just kind of freezes and then just kind of like lands, like just kind of rests their entire body face first against one of the other doors and hopes that no one's gonna look sideways and see them. Motors, you just kind of freeze in an exact portion of pure shadow that even though you're still standing exactly in the hallway, because nobody's turned the lights on in the hallway, they still can't see you. DJ, you walk into a corner of the wall so hard that your headphones fall off.
Yep, and then the music is out of the headphones. Says, "Don't you forget about me," and I'm just like literally just coming out and like, God damn it.
You hear the sounds of what sounds like 2 men in very heavy boots start rushing towards you. You hear somebody shout, "Who's there? Stop what you're doing!" And they turn into the corridor, and you see 2 like 6'5" men. They have like what looks like heavy artillery strapped around their bodies, and they're wearing bomber jackets that you can't make out much from, but they look similar to you all of a sudden, and that's when it dawns on all of you all of a sudden. Hey, that looks like Marcos's bomber jacket. Why is the
So as I just sort of stand there facing them down, I'm just kind of like, just because I assume they see me at this point. I just be like,
yeah, they only see you.
Okay, I'm like, hey, and I kind of glance for a moment around, and then I'm like, it's what I just. I'm sorry. I came in here because I forgot
something. Be here, kid.
I know I forgot something in my locker. I'm just coming to get something in my locker. I just forgot something. I'm really sorry. I can just go. It was a book for class. Not that I care about class, but what?
We're running a very volatile exercise in this building right now. We can't just let you get back to your locker right now.
Oh, that's cool. No, that's cool. Sure. I'll just you go back the way you came. I'll leave right now, and I'll totally. And as I'm doing this, like below, I'm kind of like gesticulating like this to everyone else. Like they shouldn't be able to see me because I'm doing it like behind my back, but I'm like, towards everyone else. And I'm like, I'm just gonna I'm gonna leave then. Yeah, no problem. Thanks. Yeah. There's okay. There's an exercise. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'll go now then.
Yeah.
And I start backing up slowly, and I'm praying that like people behind me are like also backing up.
It is when you start stepping back you notice, they're all well hidden. I'm the only one who isn't.
Right. So I kind of turn, and as I turn away, because they're the other 6'5" guys aren't following me, as I turn away, like I very deliberately have my sunglasses down so that my eyes sweep all of the people that are hidden, and I'm just kind of like, and then just walk that way, right, like out the hall. But I don't know. Are they gonna follow me, Brendan? Or are they just?
They're not following.
Okay, so I walk down really carefully until I get down the hall where I can turn and get out of sight. At which point, I basically go around the corner and then, like, listen to make sure that they're not following, and then I stop.
Okay, I want you, DJ, to give me a. This is a mind or a body roll. Hold on, let me. Right, this is a mind or a body roll.
I guess mind. Okay.
Please, a success. One success.
I'll use a luck too if but I guess that'd be for a reroll, so I guess it doesn't matter.
No, this is fine.
Okay.
So with that one success, you are able to hear what everybody else who is already like in the corridor can hear more easily, but because you have to like actually put your ear against the door, that's how you hear it. Which is the same popping noise that you heard when you were at Rocco's Market, but not so much louder as Clara. And it's coming from this floor.
If I can see Marco and Marco can see me, I just want to like and now like what the hell do we do?
So the two other soldiers are still kind of standing in the corridor, like they're doing the thing that you know that they're doing, which is we're waiting for this kid to think that we're gone, because when he thinks that we're gone, he's gonna try a thing again. No, he's not doing the thing. Okay, now time for us to return to our post, and now they turn back around and continue back up the other corridor on this floor. So they turn the corner and continue upwards, and they say, we need to clear out this drama room ASAP. I don't think we're gonna get any more evidence of the catastrophe tonight. But if anybody else still knows that we are trying to study this scene, they're gonna make a whole mess of all of our plans. We kind of need to pack up and go before people know that we were in the school. Like you all hear that clearly. Everybody other than DJ hears that clearly. I would like Luke and Drea to give me a mind roll. If you have investigate or comprehend, you can roll that instead. No successes from Luke.
I do have 2 luck, and I think
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna,
can reroll.
I'm gonna try it.
And 1 success from Luke.
And I don't get a roll on this, right? Because I'm barely. I mean,
yeah, you are not in the hallway, so you wouldn't notice
be able
the
to hear
thing
that, okay.
I'm about to notice.
though I have turned down, to be clear, my Walkman's volume. I'm hoping that's gonna help. It only took me like 3/4 of the game to decide to do that.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're cool, you just have to sacrifice some of your senses.
Exactly.
Right. So, Luke, you see the lab coat ghost again, just flicker again in the corridor. Like you see this woman run like from roughly where you are standing further to the left, like slide a little bit on the tile floor and like bump up against a wall on her left hand side, and then continue running up the corridor that she's now in, and then flicker back out of sight again.
Guys, I think we need to follow the lab coat.
Yeah, I'm in.
Marcos turns to you, Luke, immediately and goes, "You saw her again, Dr. V?"
Yeah, right there. She's running.
Lead the way.
I'm gonna try to be like Scooby careful about this. Like, I don't want to go running into the 6'5" guys, but like we need to hustle. But
everybody, give me a sneak roll or a body roll +1.
My heart is not
success for
part of
Rhea,
this mix.
3 successes for Luke.
I think that means I can bring people with me.
Yeah. You can decide one of those successes. You can pass one of those successes off to.
I just quietly reach out and take DJ's headphones and his cassette player and just put them in my coat.
And I'm like, I look, I'm about to say something, and then I'm just like, I know exactly where I was in that tape. Exactly where I was.
Give it back later.
You better.
Yeah.
You know how long it took me to record those songs?
So you continue up the corridor. I will actually just give you a lot for these 3 successes. I will say that you, for the most part, as you now continue up the corridor, you are mostly undisturbed. Luke, you are pulling the weight for so much of everyone else here in this moment. You all just get to witness the thing, and the thing that you witness is in many of these rooms, many of the other classrooms, that the doors are still ajar or that they're open enough that you know that if you pull them open a little bit more, no one's gonna hear you. You can notice all of these people in these bomber jackets are inspecting multiple things in these multiple rooms. There's a chemistry lab up here where you see like 2 men in those bomber jackets take notes in like small steno pads, and they seem like very annoyed at each other for something, and you can very vaguely overhear that they don't think there's anything of note in this room, but they know that they have to document this room. You see in the music room that three people in bomber jackets, two men and a woman, are looking at something that seems to be above the piano in the music room, but you can't tell what it is because you can't see over their heads. Um, and they're very eagerly taking notes and seem to be like very softly conferring about something that they're witnessing there. Um, you see in the drama room, no one is there, but you can see that the teacher's desk in that room is flickering different colors very, very rapidly. Its base color is like a kind of tan, but sometimes it turns into darkly varnished wood, and sometimes it turns like it's painted blue. Sometimes it turns like a steel desk painted chrome. And just like rapidly shifting out in and out of all of those colors. Um, and then you get to a computer lab. You get to this computer lab just as two individuals in bomber jackets have just stepped out. One of the first things that all of you notice is finally what is on the back of the bomber jacket. Motors, did your mother work for the local energy company?
Yeah, but she didn't talk about her job much. I mean, a lot of people work for that energy company.
Mm-hmm. But at some point, since working there, she not only just kind of disappeared without a word, but like literally dozens of people from that energy company had come to your house looking for her, trying to find out where she had gone, if you knew what had happened. What was that experience like for you when like dozens of energy company folks or their lawyers came to your house asking your father very eagerly where your mom was?
Oh yeah, that was a little while ago, but it was scary. It was confusing. I thought maybe the police would come, but nobody from the police ever came. It was just all these people from the energy company, um, and their lawyers, and they came again and again. They didn't seem to believe us when we said that she had just disappeared, that she didn't leave us a note, nothing like that. And they weren't asking me any questions because I was so young, but they were asking my dad a lot of questions, and he couldn't answer any of them. We didn't know what happened.
How did that make you feel about your mom?
I was scared for her at first. I thought maybe something had happened to her. But then I thought, well, if something did, then the police would know about it and they'd tell us. So then later on, I got to thinking, well, maybe she just got tired of us and left us. I thought, well, maybe there was something I could have done if I had known, but I should have talked to her more, so I never knew.
How do you feel right now when you see that the logo on the back of these bomber jackets is uh, the logo for Ryland Energy, the local energy company?
Well, for a second, I'm startled. Oh, why are the energy guys in the school? What are they doing? And then a second later, I think, oh, I grew up with that logo all around me, everywhere in the house, on our stationery pads, on the stickers on the fridge. Mom had a jacket just like that, with the logo on the back. I'm stunned. I'm dazed. I can't focus for a second.
While you are dazed, everyone else turns into the room, like very briefly. I mean, two guys just came out of this room. What's in this room? This computer lab typically is 5 rows of 3 of desks with computers on them. But instead, all of the desks are all the way out to the edges of the room. And all of these computers have been absolutely gutted. All of their wiring has been pulled out of them and like dragged as far as they can to the very center of the room. In the very center of the room, there is this like briefly pulsing light that is hovering right in the center of the room, right above the floor.
I'm gonna look at Marco and say, "Is this what you need?"
I don't know what I need yet, but this is noteworthy. I can't remember if I saw this in the building where I was. Um, it may have been the school. It was. I've been there so long that it started changing purpose over and over and over again. But I remember this. I wasn't in the room when this happened, but I do remember this, and I remember Miss Dr. V being here as well. And he charges into the room.
I look at everyone. I'm like, I just like, heading straight for the light is. Do they seem to be?
They enter and just kind of stand like adjacent to the light, like at the very edge, like of the space where the wires aren't long enough to touch. They just kind of stand around there.
Okay, and no one is in the room, right? Besides,
no one else is there.
So I kind of sigh, and I'm like, this is so stupid, but whatever. And I walk into the room to stand next to him.
I'm going to go with him too, if only because this is the coolest thing that I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, Rhea kind of reaches out for Marcos. That instinct to protect her little baby brother is still there, and then she realizes, well, he's probably taller and older than I am right now. But still, she follows, and she briefly says to Lana, I have to do it. He's my brother.
So you enter the room. All of you enter the room, including Marcos, including Lana. And the door shuts behind you all. Only Luke has like the wherewithal in that moment to immediately notice. But everybody else is like focused on the light. Like, what is this light? And in that light, each of you notices something. And eventually, Luke, you will turn to the light and notice something as well. But each of you notices a thing in the light. It is still very small. It is so small that you have no idea what it is or where it's coming from or how it grows into this thing. But you are looking at it, and for some reason, perception just kind of warps in your gaze to the point where you are looking at it long enough and it starts seeming like you can see it as bigger than it is, even though you know that it's very far away. That your vision becomes clearer at that point, even though it shouldn't be. And in that very tiny light, Luke, you see a drawing of yours, of like a still life drawing that you did of like a day at the park, a very busy day at the park with dozens of people and like the local pigeons, like the stray dog that seems to befriend everyone in town, the swan that likes to pick a fight with every living thing near that lake. This is a drawing that you've always meant to do because the park is always busy, but you hadn't done it yet. But you see a vision of you standing next to a framed version of that drawing in the lobby of Boulder High.
Okay, I don't think he's going to be able to stop himself, but he's going to start reaching toward the light.
Whoa,
as if,
whoa,
like,
whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Fluke. Take it easy. Wait a second. You can't just do that. Just
But-
be cool. Hang on.
As you stop them, DJ, you see a vision in the light of you delivering the Boulder High valedictorian speech.
Shit.
Rhea,
I look around frantically as if hopefully no one else knows.
you see a vision of holding a trophy. You can't even make out what trophy it is. It could literally be any trophy. You play so many goddamn sports. But you are much older at this point. And you look away from like the crowd that is like lifting you up in the air, and you see an 8-year-old sibling of yours that looks like Marcos. Like your brain is doing the math that it's already been doing in your head to determine that this 16-year-old that you've been spending time with for the past half an hour is Marcos. The math is happening in your brains like, that's Marcos. And they seem really proud of me, and that's the part of this that delights me the most.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't care what trophy it is at this point. It's a dream.
Motors, you see a vision of your front door in the middle of the night, shrouded by darkness. There is like one like light just like on the side of the house that just kind of comes on whenever it gets dark, just so we gets themselves really injured walking into the front garden in the middle of the night. Is the only source of light that is being cast on the door, and it's just the door for several beats. And then you see a figure walk up to the door, and you're hearing someone crying, and this figure takes off something, a silhouette that you can't really see because of the way that the light is hitting the door, but as it starts to come off, you make out that it is a lab coat. And this figure turns to face the light, and you can see that it is your mother crying as she knocks on the door. And the moment that her hand hits the door, the vision stops, and you see the almost childishly small face of a woman rush towards you in this vision of light and say, "Hey, you there, you kids, what are you doing here?"
And we're all like,
But we don't really have an answer for that.
Marcos looks at the light and goes, "Dr. V?" There's a moment where where the doctor just kind of freezes, and she's like, "Reynolds? Is that? How did you?" And Marcos like freezes for a moment, and only Rhea you notice, because this is your sibling. You're looking at them at this moment. Their eyes are wide open, and you can tell like they're being motivated by pure rage in this moment. And they're about to say something, and then the doctor cuts them off again and says, I know, I screwed up. I screwed up. You don't need to tell me. I've heard you say this 4 or 5 lifetimes long now. I made a mistake. And we can stop that. We can fix that. I just need some copper. I need some solid copper, not wiring. I need like pure flat copper, and I need it like several decades ago, and then we can fix this, and I will do whatever we need to do after that. Just help me fix this. And I would like, in that moment, while you are all like reacting in the way that you would typically react, I would like each and every one of you to make a body roll as well. It's a pure body roll. Oh yeah, got one success. Mota's got one success.
Shock
DJ
of the
got
year.
no successes. DJ is so cool. DJ is so cool. DJ doesn't even need to do anything.
TJ doesn't need rolls.
So 2 things happen in this moment that, like, while you're still like having your emotional reactions and you're just kind of sensing your body in this physical space, Rhea and Motas both notice something. Rhea, you brought your baseball bat with you. Don't know why. Just a thing that you do.
Yeah, look,
Cool.
if the arcade game starts malfunctioning, she might need to hit it a couple of times.
I mean, you are the kind of person that like resolves issues with vending machines with a swift swing. Like, yeah. People know you as the kind of person to just walk around with your baseball bat. It's kind of cool. Your baseball bat is glitching. It is like literally flickering in and out. You can still feel it. It's still there, but it's like artifacting in space. Like when you move it, it feels like it's like data moshing the reality immediately behind it. And it feels very warm to the touch. Not like dangerously hot, just like warmer than it typically should be, especially in this air-conditioned upper floor of the school. And Motors, you don't know what to do with your body in this moment while all of this weirdness is happening, and you put your hands in your pockets. And the very first thing that you feel in your right pocket is the pouch full of tokens that your dad gave you. And you're like, wait, these tokens are flat discs of copper. What do you do with that information?
Dr. V, if that's your name, ma'am, how much copper do you need?
The doctor turns and is Vaughn, Dr. Vaughn, and if I could make a cylinder of pure copper, what, an inch in diameter and well, a half-inch in diameter and 1 inch thick, I should be able to resolve the technological issue I'm having on this end and be able to stabilize all the timelines. I don't know what the result of the stabilized timeline will be, but it will be resolved. Whatever happens in the interim, whatever happens as a result of resolving those backlashes, I cannot predict, but it's supposed to put everybody in the rightful place. she turns to Marcos and says, I'm pretty sure that means you're not supposed to be here, but if we get that resolved, that will be fine.
I think we should do what the doctor lady says. Does anybody have any copper? He's like digging through his pockets for pennies. He doesn't know.
Motors is still hanging on to the bag because, first of all, he, being a technical person, is somewhat in disbelief that a problem of this magnitude could be solved by a piece of copper tubing that big. Secondly, he understands that Marcus is very, very angry at this person, and maybe he turns to Marcus and says, "Do you really think she can fix this?"
You don't have empathize, but I want you to make me an empathize roll in this moment. Please, a success. A success.
Hey.
Marcos looks at you and says, you're right, I am. I don't like this. But nobody else knows what went wrong but Dr. V, because Dr. V is the person who sent it wrong. I kind of just want to be done with this. It's been a long time, and somebody needs to pay me back for that, but this isn't supposed to happen, and I came here to stop it. And if Dr. V wants to stop it, I want Dr. V to stop it.
Okay, you know what? That's good enough for me.
Well,
and I'm reaching into my pocket where Rhea already knows I have the little bag of tokens. Does Rhea have any thoughts on me giving the copper to Dr. V?
She's gonna put out a hand and say, "It's 1 second." And then she points that glitching bat at Dr. V and says, "If you hurt my little brother, I will hunt you down through that." And then she like looks at Luke, the Marty McFly, and I will make you pay. I can do it. And then she like
I love this so much. As you do that, Dr. Vaughn looks at you and is like tilting her head at the bat. It's like, that's curious. And then like stops. You can see that she's looking around, but you can't make out anything beyond her head in the light. And she's like looking around, and then picks up what looks like a crystal baseball bat, and holds it like right in front of her head, and points its broadest end out towards the light to you and says, "Kid, can you point your bat at me for a moment?"
She slowly, I mean, this is the only person who seems to know what's going on, does exactly what Dr. V says.
Okay. You see the crystal baseball bat start to glitch out as well. Not as much as yours, but just a little bit. And as your bat touches the light, you see the crystal baseball bat just kind of fade away into the light, as if it's like rushing towards you, but you don't see it. Instead, you see your baseball bat turning pure gold. It is still warm to the touch, but it has stopped glitching.
Well, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna need something from you two, apparently. I don't know. A lot of things went wrong in our test, and that's my fault, and I'll answer for that as well. And we will just do me a favor when all of this goes wrong, because I will be back in one of the prime timelines soon when like everything separates, and she turns to Marcos and says, just let Dr. Pearson know that I'm sorry, I'm the one who screwed up, and I will fix that. Motors, you hear that very clearly. And then she turns to Luke and says, you seem to be a kid who knows some stuff, so I'm just gonna trust you're gonna keep score of what goes wrong today, and you're gonna let the local newspaper know that they need to talk to the CEO of Ryland, and all you're gonna do is show them something about today, but you can't mention this. You can't mention me, you can't mention us. You just need to let them know, look into Ryland, look into me. Christina Vaughn, that's it.
Like flip open the notepad and his drawing pad is writing it down. His pencil is clenched in his fist, like, oh my god.
And then she looks to Marcos again. And before I say the thing, DJ, what's your grandmother's name?
Francis.
So Dr. Vaughn looks to Marcos and says, when you find the box in that room that we were in, make sure that those 2 letters get to Fran Delaney as soon as possible. You're gonna say Franny Delaney. You're gonna make sure they get there as soon as possible. In this timeline or any other timeline, just make sure that it happens. And Marcus is like, I don't owe anything to you. And Dr. Vaughn goes, yes, you don't, but you want me to fix this, it needs to be fixed. And like you can see like Dr. Vaughn is getting frazzled, her glasses is falling off her nose, like she's running her hands through her hair and just making a mess of her hair. I screwed up. I thought I was on to something, and things got messy. I didn't want to have to rely on strangers to solve this problem, but then it started growing out of control, and now we can fix this because you are here, and that means you don't owe me this, you owe this, you owe us this. And Dr. Vaughn starts making overlapping circles with her fingers.
So I hold up a hand for a second, and this time the sunglasses are off, and I'm just dead serious, and I'm like, listen to me. When they bring those letters in whatever timeline, what is that going to do to my grandmother in whatever timeline you're bringing them? Because nothing that you did and nothing about fixing it is going to matter if something happens with her. What is this going to do to my grandmother? And there's none of the typical qualifiers or anything else, just dead straight stare at Dr. B.
I need a roll from you very badly. Give me a lead roll.
I deserve this, dice gods, after this today.
Please, this is where we get 7 successes or something.
Jesus, come on!
Wow.
Use your luck. Use your luck.
Yeah, I am going to use my luck. Yeah, that's thanks. That's a good call. This is a perfect time to use it. I'm going to
Yes,
re-roll that again.
please,
All right.
please.
Yeah, there we go. Jeez.
Nice.
Thank you, Nathan. Good call. I should have thought that before.
So she turns to his like grandmother, and then like finally gets a look at you and goes, DJ? You don't know this woman. You've never met this woman before. But she's looking at you like she knows you.
Yeah. Yes.
I guess I really screwed up, huh? I don't know how to explain this part, I guess. Right. Franny's a friend of mine. She wasn't supposed to get tied up in this either. She just... It, I can't. I don't have time to... Listen to me, kid. Grandmother, you said?
Yes, that's what I said.
You're having a very weird day, right?
Goddamn right.
Your grandmother deserves more happiness than the world can give her. And I do the work that I do because I thought that I was going to give... This is weird to explain to a teenager. Have you had the... I'm not going to talk to a strangest kid about the talk. I want to make sure nothing bad happens to your grandmother, okay? And I don't know what... I can't even imagine what your world looks like. But if she's still there and you care about her as much as you look like you do, I'm gonna assume that it's good. I'm gonna assume that it stays that way. I just wanted to know that I wanted that for her. Why am I having this conversation with the kid? She'll be fine. And if she's not fine, you can look for me in whatever universe I'll be in, and you can pick that bone with me personally, because I'll deserve it.
Did you say you need copper to make this thing work? Whatever's going to keep things the way they should be or fix them back to the way they should be? You said you need copper?
Yeah, and that bat.
And so he takes off his sunglasses and he says, "These are the most expensive things my family own. It's the only thing my father ever gave me. And these things are made of 100% pure copper rim. Now you take this and you do what you need to do, but if my grandmother... Just take the goddamn sunglasses." And I hand them over. Like I don't know if I like hold them towards the light and if she miraculously has a crystalline pair of sunglasses, but assuming not, like I like am essentially offering them.
You hold them out and you feel like something is holding them on the other end.
Okay.
And when you let go, they're just kind of hovering in the air around the light, just kind of orbiting the light. Okay. Right. Okay. I just need. And like, she looks at it and is like literally holding her hands out in front of her as if weighing something invisible. And then she just like, I think I just need a little bit more. Um.
Oh, okay. So, ma'am, by a huge coincidence, uh, I don't know if these would help, and I hand her the bag of tokens. I consider keeping a few back, but I don't really want to pick them out of the bag and like penny and dime her at this moment.
Right. Wait. What day is it?
Gauntlet day.
Of course. I just need. I think I just need one more of those. Just rest it. Just leave it by the glasses. And you kid with the bat, can you give Marcos that, please?
Uh, yeah, here you go. Wait. If I do this, is Lana going to be that Lana or our Lana? Looks
I don't
at
know.
Lana.
Who's Lana? I don't know who you are. Just please, let's get this over with so everyone can be in their right time. And Marcos takes the bat from you, gives you a very somber nod, and turns to the light and says to Dr. V,
Good luck,
just
little
like
brother.
last time. And Dr. Vaughn kind of nods to you both. And you see Marcos lean back for like a full bodied swing. And in this moment, you can tell his form is kind of bad. It's not ideal. But there's a little spark of you in there that you can tell that if this was something that Marcos genuinely did want to do with the rest of his life, he
So
would
proud.
probably be just as good as you.
Oh,
And
so
he
proud.
squares up and he hits the sunglasses right in the nose bridge, like right in the center.
I noticeably wince.
And this very bright light just kind of emanates from the entire room. You feel yourself being totally consumed by light for a moment. And then it just kind of fades all the way to black. So today is a very special day. Today is the very last day of winter break. But you know what that means? It's also Gauntlet Day. And all of you all have prepared today to participate in the Gauntlet in the hopes that the beginning of the next semester, y'all will be able to finally be able to secure an entire semester's worth of snacks without any care in the world. But now you have to tell your parents that you're going out to Brocco's Market to participate in the Gauntlet.
Do we remember?
Motors,
Yeah.
as you get out of bed, give me a mind roll. Yeah, you get out of bed. You have no recollection of things happening, but then again, it's Gauntlet Day. You're not really thinking about anything right now. You go downstairs. There are three like made plates on the dining table, like eggs, sausage, two slices of toast, 1 cup of coffee, 2 cups of tea because you like tea, or rather your father thought that you would enjoy tea in this moment, um Are you in the mood for tea right now? Or are you even staying for breakfast?
I'm pretty excited about the gauntlet, and I want to rush down there right away because I know there's going to be a lineup, and I know that Rhea and I can shove our way to the front of the lineup because sometimes we do that.
Okay.
But something this morning makes me want to sit and eat breakfast with my parents, even though they're not cool for some reason. So I sit and I hold my cup of tea and I look into my cup of tea and I feel strange. Like I just woke up from a dream, but I don't remember the dream, but that's okay because most people don't remember their dreams.
So you sit down. You don't know where anybody else is right now at the moment, but you sit down, and then you feel two hands on your shoulders come up behind you as you sit down. You feel a kiss on your right cheek. And when you turn to face the source of the kiss, it's your mother. Hey kiddo, you're up kinda early. What's up today?
Oh, it's gauntlet day, Mom, and you know, man, I can't go there with lipstick on my cheek.
Eh, you act like you're embarrassed that your parents love you, and she just kind of keeps kissing you.
Oh, Mom. Oh, I'm 14. I'm too old for this.
And then your dad emerges from the other side, just kind of ruffles your hair a little bit, and says, "Leave the kid alone. You know how kids are. One of these days, he's gonna realize that he's gonna miss this when he gets older." So you said today is Gauntlet Day?
Yeah, today.
Cool. He just kind of tosses a black velvet pouch on the table, and you hear it jingle right next to the plate. He just kind of clears his throat, like very dramatically. But you're at least staying for breakfast, I'm sure.
Yeah, Dad. I'm gonna stay for breakfast. So I'm gonna eat breakfast with you guys. Most important meal of the day.
And you all three sit down to enjoy breakfast before you head off to the gauntlet. Rhea, before you get out of your room, please give me a mind roll.
All right. And if I fail this one, I'm gonna use my only luck thing to reroll because I might as well.
Okay. Nice.
Yep, rerolling you. Yeah.
I love this so much. So, you get up out of bed. You get out of your room. And you have a weird feeling in the hallway. Something's amiss. I don't know what, but something is amiss. And when you turn around, it is your baby sibling Marcos crawling towards you in the hallway and clinging to your ankle.
Oh, so I go straight down and scoop him up in my arms. My little brother, I wish I could scoop up all four of them.
And he just kind of coos in your arms. You can tell that like they're suddenly very excited that you've picked them up off the ground. Your mom comes upstairs and is like tilting her head at you. Is like, it's kind of weird to see you suddenly so affectionate for your siblings. Something, are you coming down with something? Like very dramatically is taking your temperature in this moment.
Like, oh, Mom, no, I'm coming down with love.
Okay, if you say so. So what are you up to on the last day of winter?
Well, I was thinking of going down to the gauntlet, trying to win 3 months supply of food. I've been training a whole week. but it's not that urgent. I mean, I can stick around, maybe have some toast with you.
Yeah, I guess. Are you sure you're not? Now she's like taking a temperature from your neck, like holding your eyes wide open to see if you're bloodshot. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, of course. What? Don't I always take good care of my little brother?
I hope that this is the beginning of a trend. And she just kind of smiles as she makes her way downstairs. You come downstairs and there is this like a load of breakfast has been made for the entire family. Like this is more food than your entire family can eat. And you sit down with your parents and all of your siblings, and you all just kind of share food in this moment. And for the briefest of moments, you just kind of even forget that you had plans today. You're just basking in this moment very briefly before you eventually decide, hey, I need to get ready to go to the gauntlet.
I gotta say, I even let the little bros get the first servings. You know, normally I push them out of the way. Not this morning.
Nice. I love it. DJ, before you get out of bed, please give me a mind roll.
Looks like one success, I think.
One success is good. You get up out of bed, and initially the thought that you have is, that was a very strange dream. That was wild. That was very strange. I don't think I've had a dream like that before. I should probably tell my granny about it. And like as you like lift, you push yourself out of bed, and you feel something like rustle against your hand beneath your pillow.
So I like pick up the pillow and like look.
You see two white envelopes without any writing on them.
So I pick them both up. They're sealed, right?
Sealed. Before you have a chance to make a decision what you want to do with them, your grandmother enters your bedroom. Like, the door is kind of ajar and she knocks before she just decides to walk in.
Yeah.
The woman you see before you is perhaps the most fit 80-something-year-old you've ever met. She's still obviously old, still like needs some time to get around, but she's remarkably active. Like, you are always stunned by the fact that she is always so eagerly busy all the time. And she's just like, hey kid, just wanted to stop by, just check on you before you head off and do what all of the other kids are doing.
Hey, Grandma. Yeah. I'm good. I'm good. I have a couple. There are these letters I wanted to give you. But yeah. There, and I sort of show her the two letters. But I mean, you don't need to read them right away. Maybe like
Where'd you get these? Who's it? Are these yours? Did you?
I found, well, sort of, yeah. Well, I don't know. I found them, and I think you should. I don't know why, but I think you should read them. But I'm hungry, and I wondered if we could have Could we eat breakfast first? I gotta go later to the gauntlet. You know, the kids are doing that thing that they were. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and getting together. But like, I don't have to go right away. You know, not
I
immediately.
know the thing. I've heard some of the other kids talk about it. I don't get it. Y'all and your snacks. Y'all need to eat better. You know that. But
Yeah.
I'm glad you're having fun. I know you're gonna hang out with your friends and stuff. I think that's really cool. Maybe you'll buy some a box of those nerds or something for me. Just I don't have them very often, but just as a treat, I just kind of like the way that they sound when you shake them, you know.
Yeah.
Um, and since you're gonna be spending most of the day by yourself, I figured I'd give you some cash to go around. And she hands you $50.
Grandma, you don't. This is like. You don't need to do that. What?
It's fine. What
Yeah,
am I gonna do with the money? I'm a home. It's
well,
okay. And she kisses you on the cheek. And so go downstairs. We got breakfast is already made. I made your favorite too, blueberry pancakes. And then you can go on and go hang out with your friends.
thanks, Grandma. I So I pick up my Walkman that's just by the side of the, on the little side table, and I put it in my back pocket, and I just slide the headphones just around my neck. I don't turn it on. I just put it on just loudly enough, and I press play, and it's Leave It. So as I'm walking down the stairs, it's get home, you're not alone. You just broke out of the danger zone. Be there to show your face. Another dreamy day. As I walk down the stairs.
Before your grandmother comes downstairs with you, she goes back to her room, glances at these envelopes again, peels one open, and is about to take it out, and is like, nah, I could look at this another time, and just kind of rests it on the counter. And just for the sake of the audience, there's this very slow pan to the top of that first letter that has opened that reads, Dearest Franny, you know that I have always loved you. And the rest of that letter trails off as it is covered by the envelope on top of it. As we fade now into Luke's home. Luke, before you get out of your room, please give me a mind roll.
I also have one luck left. Didn't need it.
Didn't need it. You get out of bed, and you remember with vague edges of vividness everything that has happened previously. And you're like, nah, that doesn't make sense. That's weird. That's silly.
So I creep to my door and I listen. And if I can hear the sound of David, I kind of wait for him. And if he tries to trip me, I'm going to trip him.
I would like for you to give me a body roll +2.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, I will use the luck on this if I have
Let's
to.
go.
Okay. you hear David snickering from just adjacent to the door, and it just kind of dawns on you again. All right, this is when I came out and he tried to trip me, right? I know what I'll do. And you just open the bedroom door. Wham! It hits him right in the face. He falls over immediately. You hear a voice from downstairs. What was that noise?
Sorry, David being clumsy, and I'm just going to glide down the stairs.
David immediately like straightens up while you are like already halfway down the stairs, like, you little, and like rushes towards you, and then immediately your mom like grabs you in a hug and like just kind of like dances you away into the kitchen and is kissing you on the cheek.
Hey, Mom.
Hey there, you. I heard that today is the day that other kids who don't have dentists for parents let their children go waste money playing video games and putting soda and candy in their mouths. But I figured that's not something you'd want to do, right?
That's true. But if it's okay with you, I'd like to go hang out with my friends today and maybe do some drawing. I know they're going to be there, but I don't have to play the games. But I really want to see them today.
Okay.
After breakfast?
Yes. And on one condition. If your friends win, you're going to preach to them the gospel of fruits and vegetables.
Absolutely, Mom. Honor.
You're not going to do that, are you?
Not even a little, Mom?
Come on. I see all of your friends maybe 8 times a year trying to please, 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 please. Meanwhile, the dinner table is already set. All of your favorites are ready for you to eat. Your dad is already eating. He's like ruffling your hair a little bit as you sit down. And you all sit down to have a wonderful breakfast.
Awesome.
You all gather as you are finished. You all move towards Rocco's Market, and you all appear in this kind of motion picture tandem on the sidewalk to see this ocean of kids, far more than you've ever remembered. Something like 30 or 40 now, gathering in front of Rocco's Market, waiting for it to open. And you hear the key click and the doors open, and the kids just kind of enter very patiently and calmly into Rocco's Market. He doesn't have to raise his hand to alert anyone. Hey, everybody here knows the rules. Everybody here knows the games. And he takes out a coin. He takes out a token each from both of his pockets and flips them both into the air. I would like everyone to give me a body roll. +1.
Wonder if I should re-roll my last luck.
I will admit this is like the last or second to last action that I'm gonna ask anybody to make for the entire game.
Yeah, I'll re-roll it. What the hell?
Aha! Okay, so I know what happens. This is clever. So he flips those 2 coins in the air. Everyone very eagerly reaches into the air as usual. DJ, just effortlessly cool. You're just kind of standing there, and the left hand token just kind of falls into the breast pocket of the shirt that you're wearing. Just effortlessly cool.
And I'm like, the reflex is a lonely child waiting by the pond.
I love this so much. The other coin, Motors, it just kind of falls into your hand just as you are lifting your hand up into the air. Now, those are the 2 coins that Rocco flipped. Rhea, you reach for a coin just like everybody else does. And you know that you didn't get any of those. You were looking at them, but you just kind of slipped just short of the one that Mota's caught. But you feel something in your hand. And you open your hand, and there's a token in your hand. You have no idea where it came from. Do you want to find out where it came from?
I mean, at this point, she's not questioning her luck. She does looks at motors.
Nice. Luke, I want you to give me an investigate roll +1. Nice. The room, this space that you're in is packed, more packed than it's ever been, and it's quite a spacious place. People are waiting to play some games. Some other folks are buying snacks, or they're hanging by the jukebox, or they're hanging by the fridges, just buying drinks in a line, just kind of passing the same tall Fanta around and just kind of hanging by the fridge. Other folks are skating outside in the parking lot because a lot of the ice is just kind of melted at this point. The entire block is just full of energy in this moment. So it takes a while for you to notice that by the double doors, it's kind of leaning inside, not very much, not obviously there to hang out with anybody else, but standing out because you know that this is someone who typically is not in this space. Someone is leaning on the glass double doors and is glancing very engagedly at Rhea, but Rhea does not notice.
So Luke wanders over and says, "So here's the thing, Lana. As far as I can tell, you owe me one, but I'm not going to collect. But here's the thing. I think that if anybody in this building here deserves the win, it's going to be Rhea. But I don't know that she's as confident at video games as she is when she's swinging a bat. So how about you pay me back and wander over there and cheer her on, and we'll call it even."
Lana raises an eyebrow but doesn't say anything. You get this impression in this moment that Lana really has no idea what the hell you are talking about, but sees this as an opportunity for a win. And she just kind of idly walks over to the Space Invaders cabinet where Rhea presently is, and goes, "Hey there. Need some good luck?"
Yeah, Rhea, I think I'm gonna say I'm already got some good luck. So what are you doing here, Lana? Hi.
I don't know, actually. I usually aren't on this side of town. I guess I was looking for something. I mean, and you kind of don't hear her say this as she just kind of glances away
Do you
from
mind giving
you
me some
just a
pointers?
little bit. She just kind of glances away from you a bit and just kind of mutters to herself, I think I like what I found though. And then
Let's go.
glances back at you and is looking at the cabinet and is like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never played this game in my life, but we could learn together, I guess.
I
And
appreciate that.
and the camera now pans out of the double doors of Rocco's Market as you both are at the Space Invaders cabinet. You see some kids throwing skee ball on the other side of the building. Some kids are playing Dragon's Lair closer to the window. Um, we we pan past two kids, uh, damn near breaking their skateboards in this parking lot. They have no idea what they're doing because the floor is so wet, but they're so eagerly doing it. And just kind of rise. The camera just kind of slowly rises out of Boulder City, past the loop, and into the clouds until we fade to black. Oh my god!
Thank you. That was so
Yay.
Thank
awesome.
y'all.
Oh man,
Nice.
so good,
So awesome.
good.
This was so much fun. You're an incredible DM.
It was
Lord.
great. It was great work, Brandon. It was great
I
work.
assure you, I was just paying back all of the wonderful play that y'all were doing. It's a shame that the dice weren't in your favor. Successes and Tales from the Loop are a lot. I think the rules are... I haven't read exactly how rules work in so long, but the success is literally just a 6.
Yeah.
It's just... So, like... The chat, it's always very low, and yet you all still found the wonderful play out of it, and I love it a lot. So thank you so very much for joining me on this. This was a lot of fun. I'm very glad to have had the opportunity to pay back all of the wonderful character decisions that you all made, because that was really cool. How do you all feel about the game that you've just played? And I will pick you all out and ask just to make sure. Darcy, how did you feel about this evening's game?
Oh, that was a lot of fun. Like literally one of the only games I play is Pathfinder. But I mentioned this earlier, I like narrative games too. So it was great just to be able to do this with other writers. And y'all were like funny and heartwarming. And so thank you so much for the invite.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. I'm so very glad that this is the first time that we get to meet each other, is that you get to play a game of Tales from the Loop with me. That was really nice. Thank you so very much. Nathan, how did you feel about today's game?
That was freaking wonderful, and y'all were so much fun to play with. I cannot even begin to tell you how much I was sitting here trying so hard not to laugh or even snivel a few times. Thank you, Gregory. Yeah, no, that was wonderful.
Thank you so very much. Primi, how did you feel about tonight's game?
Oh my god, this was amazing. Yeah, I think I was mentioning before the game, I haven't really played a lot of RPGs. I've played a little bit of Blades in the Dark with our incredibly incompetent gang, none of whom I hope are watching at the moment. But the emotional core in this story was truly amazing, and I'm so glad that I was able to play it with you guys.
So am I. I'm so glad that I got to share this play with you. Thank you so very much. And last but not least, Greg. This is the second time that I've GM'd the game of Tales from the Loop with you.
You always do it, man.
How do you feel?
It was great. I mean, I adore the mechanic of this game. I actually think this may be the best game to capture a particular era that I've ever played. It's extraordinary. You know, it works regardless of whether, as you didn't exist, Brandon, in the 80s or not. Although, you could, I mean, it's not just the game. I'll come back to the GM thing, but just for those of us who did grow up during this time period, it just nails it. The alienation, the sense of disconnection, and especially the weirdness of living in an era where you're always right on the edge of Armageddon. Yeah. And then wonderful play. I mean, the players were just dynamite, everybody. I loved the character decisions too, and just sort of playing off of everybody was great. And a lot of humor and pathos. And man, I want to just give a pop if I can, having GM'd quite a bit in my time. I want to echo what Critchwich says. That is one of the best wrap ups I've ever seen, Brandon. That wrap up was spectacular. It gets everybody. Everybody is involved. It fit everything, and it wasn't like we said, what we really want from you is this, like. The grandmother, I could have seen multiple ways to go with my grandmother, right? And how that was going to get played out. But like, what was it that, what was it that I'm trying to think about motors too, but what was Raina going to do? What was Rhea going to do? What was motors, going to be most interested in? But it just seemed to nail it. It was a beautiful game. Thank you. It was a very moving game. I always feel that way when I play this, but it was really, really powerful. And again, Nathan and Darcy and Premi, wow, what a privilege to be able to play with all of you. It was great. Thank you.
And as for myself, I am beyond flattered to
Yeah, how'd you feel?
Space with you all. Oh my god. This is the first time that I'm meeting Darcy in a semi-professional space at all, and I'm very excited about the fact that I get to say that the very first time that we met was playing Tales from the Loop and having a wonderful time. This was a lot of fun for me personally. I dig Tales from the Loop as a game in part because I have no idea what the 80s feel like. I was a child in 1990. Again, the only time I'm gonna make this age joke, I'm sorry, but like, as a result, I feel like it's very freeing to just think about the setting of Tales from the Loop as a place that is like struggling between its past and its future, and just trying to imagine the ways in which people would have to live in that space, especially children who are on a regular basis struggling to be appreciated, struggling to feel like people actually listen to them and care about how they feel,
right,
and find ways to be heard and be understood only by each other, which is also very fraught. And I think that as a former child myself, I dig that kind of feeling a great deal, and I like a lot trying to pay that off and seeing how people like play in that space, because I think personally it is very affirming for me to see adults remember what it's like to be a child, because every once in a while you see a thing on the internet that reminds us that a lot of parents forget what it's like to be children,
Yep.
then make decisions for their children like they've never been children before.
Yep.
See anything that's been happening on Twitter in the last 4 days with certain libraries in the United States. Oh my god, but whatever. So that already enamors me, and as a GM, I just like being able to pay off good play, and y'all were making so many wonderful decisions that there were moments when I was like, I just kind of want to give you the thing because that was a cool decision to make. And I enjoy being in that kind of space as much as possible. So I'm very glad to be able to have run this game for you all, and I can only hope that for everybody who has been watching it this evening, that our play has been motivation enough for you to give freely of yourself and your wallet to Reach Out Response Network. One of the things that I think is particularly important, not just in Tales from the Loop as a game, but in a lot of games in general, is sometimes people just be going through a lot, going through some wild stuff, and it's kind of difficult not only to be in a position where you can reach out to somebody and let them know that you are going through something because kind of presently going through it and don't have the time to stop and acknowledge that, but sometimes things become so out of hand that you need a process in your space that is willing to acknowledge these people are in a state of crisis and need assistance immediately, and we need to kind of provide it for them in order for them to get it. And I think that is the ethos of the Reach Out Response Network. I think it's important to support the kind of work that keeps people who are in crisis not only in positions where they can get help, but in positions where they can get that help without being ostracized, without being judged, and without being put in situations where hostility breeds more hostility and then leads to potential disaster and potential loss. So it's really important to support this kind of work. I believe that the Reach Out Response Network is doing very important work in the Toronto area. I believe that it is true that all of the charities that Bag of Giving is supporting is necessary, is it would value your contribution financially or in kind whenever you can, to be honest. Um, and I hope that this play kind of motivated you to do just a little bit, just $5 Canadian, to have the opportunity to not only support that kind of work, but if you want to be rewarded with cool stuff, trust me, there are some cool stuff in the giveaway section for Bag of Giving. I am kind of jealous that I don't have spare cash on me right now to win a chance to get a copy of some cool books. The Annual Migration of Clouds sounds rad. It's been on my TBR for a while. I'm broke. Darcy's latest book looks rad. I'm kind of surprised that it looks so beautiful on the inside. I just seeing the cover, I was already very stunned. Now I want one of those as well. I'm broke. Oh my! Look at it.
Look at the casual flex. Like,
yours.
oh, whoops, beautiful book.
It's hidden art. I love that she hid some of the little illustrations. But yeah, this is like another one of her paintings. So it's very Mia Oki is very talented.
That's great.
That's a thing that you get to have for $5 Canadian. $5 Canadian is not a lot of money. But if you have it, know that you're not only contributing to the cool work that the Reach Out Response Network or any of our other charities are doing, but know that you're also supporting writers and letting writers know that their work is rad and valuable, which is also a thing that in the last couple of years has been particularly important to remind people of. So please, give what you can. If I am seeing correctly, the total amount raised that we have raised for the Reach Out Response Network as of this moment is $525.
Yeah, we raised $525 this month and $175 today. So good stuff, everybody.
Thank you all so very much. $175 in a $5 increments is a lot. So some of y'all have a stack of votes for giveaways right now, and I'm rooting for you all. Thank you so very much for doing what you can to help make the world a better place, and I hope that you all had a wonderful evening this evening as I did. This is perhaps the longest stream that I've had on this channel. We've been here for 4 hours.
Yeah.
So thank you all so very much. And before all of my lovely guests turn into pumpkins tonight, I'm going to ask them to please let all the lovely people in chat know who you are, what you do, and where they can find you on the internet. Starting with Nathan.
You can find me, the easiest way is nathanburgoyne.com. That's my blog, which links to everything else. And like I said, I'm a tall queer author of mostly shorter queer fictions. And I've had a blast. Thank you.
Thank you. And might I say that's a boss catchphrase. I love it a lot. Thank you so very much for joining us this evening, Nathan. Next, Darcy.
Yes. Hello. Thank you so much for joining us. And also, I'm so glad to be here. And I have one social media place you can see me. It's Instagram at Dr. Little Badger. But also I have a blog on WordPress called Little Badger Diary. So like if you Google Darcy Little Badger, you should be able to come up with one of those.
Nice. Thank you so very much again for joining us. Next, Primi.
I'm on Twitter, like a seriously unhealthy amount, at Premisaurus. And that also links to my webpage, PrimiMohammed.com, where I try to keep appearances and short stories up to date.
Yes, thank you. And last but not least, Gregory Wilson.
That guy. On this channel.
That guy, someone that you may or may not know.
May not know. Some connection with this channel. So under the moniker Arvanelleron, I run this channel, which is focused on story and narrative, and I have the privilege to be able to see wonderful players like this and wonderful GMs like Brandon on a regular basis. And of course, I'm very proud to be the host for Bag of Giving for all of their charity events and things like that they've done through this year. As far as the stuff on my author things that I do, I will say that my book Gray Shade is going to be published on May 31st, after which we are launching a major project for me, a big IP launch of a tabletop role-playing game, hopefully a board game, definitely an audiobook, which is going to be launching about a religious assassin who kills in the name of his god. And there's multiple aspects of it that I'm extraordinarily excited about, and that's coming up. But people who watch this channel will know about it. Most importantly, I just want to say that you'll be able to see Brandon, who will talk about himself in a minute, but you'll be able to see Brandon doing lots and lots more stuff with not just Bag of Giving, but also as my co-host along with Mike Underwood of Speculate, and you will see Brandon O'Brien's Sundays will continue, plus the work that Brandon does with Soundclash the Clampdown, which is badass and which has already been mentioned. So if you want to see more great players and GMs and stuff like that in tabletop, please follow the channel and continue to support Bag of Giving and things like that.
Thank you so very much again for not only being here in this game, but allowing so many cool things to happen on your channel, Greg. I'm always very grateful to be able to share space with this lovely community on this channel. So again, thank you very much. And as for me, this weirdo over here, I'm Brandon O'Brien, pronouns he, him, or they, them. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. You can see me on this channel, either GMing Soundclash the Clampdown, a actual playtest of my own Blades in the Dark hack Soundclash. So if you're into magical battles of the bands in a world where the music industry has become a lot more hostile in the face of discovering that music now has magical properties, you can check that out on this channel. I'm also one of the co-hosts of Speculate, which is presently having the special event series on this channel, Fractal Spire, which is an actual play of the upcoming Evil Hat game Girl by Moonlight, designed by Andrew Gillis, which will be coming up very, very soon. Our next session will be February the 6th, and we will have a very cool announcement on that evening.
Very
that you
cool
definitely
announcement.
want to check out because it's very rad. I am very surprised that a thing is happening, and I want to be able to share that lovely
I'm not
news with you all.
surprised because Brandon's awesome. Just
Oh
saying.
God! Oh God! Thank you so very much. So yeah, as Greg mentioned, Brandon O'Brien Sundays will continue very soon. So please check that out as well. And you can find me on the internet on Twitter at The Rising Tides. I have my own Twitch channel, twitch.tv/The Rising Tides. So if you want to see me play Chroma Squad and have a lot of Kamen Rider feelings, or play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and have a lot of feelings about how weird Yu-Gi-Oh! Is as a game, please join me there as well. And I'm also one of the co-hosts of Skiffy and Fanty, which you can find at skiffyandfanty.com if you want to hear all of my other anime feelings. So that's me. And I think as a result that we should probably end tonight's stream. A reminder that you can still support all the lovely work that Bag of Giving is doing by going to bagofgiving.com, which you can find more information about by typing !bag in the chat. And that will give you information not only about the charities that we are supporting, but the giveaways that we are running for this month. So please check those out. You can still contribute even after this stream is done, and you will still have chances for February giveaways. So I definitely recommend not only checking out the website and supporting in whatever way that you can, but sharing videos of our past streams with people who may not have heard of Bag of Giving, so they can not only enjoy the wonderful play that you have gotten to enjoy, but they can also get a wonderful opportunity to support these charities as well, and hopefully play their part to decrease the amount of terribleness in the world just as much as you did. I hope to see you all very soon for our next Bag of Giving game. But until then, I am going to ask all of these lovely people to bid you all adieu and hand the channel right back to Greg its rightful owner, who will now usher us off into the darkness.
I'm going to let these folks go then, and much love and stuff to all the players. Thank you to chat for being great tonight as well, and to my wonderful mods. And I'm not going to do the usual read down of everything because I want Brendan to have basically the last word. But thank you to the players. Thank you to Brandon. Thank you to Bag of Giving. Thank you to Brandon Crilly and to Mike Underwood for creating the Bag of Giving program. And we will have more stuff for you folks soon. So until then, everybody, thanks, and we will catch you all down the line. Bye for now. Once again I see your face, the surface lined with care. Once again it dawns on me that you're no longer there. Well, I'm not one to hide